Hello guys and welcome to the live session. We have 4 tables running and let's just get into the action. We're gonna fold on table number 2. Uh, have a good news. The script problem on iPoker officially is over. The scripts are no longer in use currently. Uh, Before a few months, they made announcement that the scripts are banned on iPoker, but the scripters found a way to use it even if officially they were banned. So that's the reason why I didn't switch back. But from today, the scripts are not working anymore. So pretty good news. Um, and let's get now into the session. We have 4 tables, good action. Uh, let's get into it. The last few days I want to make a video, but I catch a cold on my left eye. Air condition really it was like running. It was outside was really warm, so in my car I just turn it on quite high and my left eye caught cold, and I barely could play, not just like play, make video, talk about everything, and like wipe my eye constantly. I didn't make the video, but today I feel a lot better, and let's now have a long session, guys. Long session. You know how I make. When I play uh, until the end, until all the tables broke. So yeah, let's go. It's pretty early still, early for my usual time when I start play. So let's go, guys. Table number 3, we have 6-10 suited. We're gonna fold, I think like 7-10 I'm opening. Table number 4, 3-3-4. We're gonna go with 1/3 size. And pocket 5 we're gonna open. Table number 4, 3-3-4, and we face a check raise. Yeah, I think we can go with the. He's using really high check raise frequency, and he's tributing probably like 7s plus from what I see. And we also block ace 3, so he's not gonna have many 3x hands. So he shouldn't be check raising that often on this board. Queen 7, just a call. Ace, queen, jack, and we face a check. Pretty strange on that kind of board with that kind of range advantage, nuts advantage, and everything that goes with it. He checks the flop, delays the c-bet on the turn, delays c-bet. He's really value heavy, and yep. I've been also doing a little bit of research with the new feature of the Breakthrough HUD, where we can see how anybody play on the river based on the size of the pot on the river. Really useful function, especially for also MDA analysis, so analytics of the pool, how your pool plays in this situation. And if you didn't check the video, guys, please check the video because it's going to be extremely useful to you. You will see my last video on the YouTube where I made a video about pool exploit with the new feature of the Breakthrough HUD. So we actually see how the pool plays in the on the river when the pot is small, when the pot is medium, when the pot is big, and when the pot is huge. How much they bluff, which boards they bluff, which lines they bluffed, how much they fold to raise, how much they bluff raise, so all of that stuff. And you will see how size of the pot actually changed a lot. Situation, I was pretty surprised that pool is actually not fighting for small pots, and if the pot is checked somewhere in the hand like flop or the turn, overbet on the river is extremely profitable. And yeah, definitely something to keep in mind. We face a pot stab on the river, and the guy is passive and he pots the river. When they do it, usually we don't have much about him, especially that he is never. Okay, he did bluff here with nines. I think we have to call because of that. He catch the river because I don't think on the flop he would probably check raise the seven. Let's see his check raise. His check raise is zero, so maybe he wouldn't. Usually this line is super value heavy, but we also saw that he's turning pair into bluff in the spot that doesn't have any sense. And now we're gonna go with the step turn with the overbet. When he check behind, c bet 75. When he check behind, it's 9 10 5. It's gonna be pretty weak hand, and we want to attack it. Table number 3, we're gonna go with the 3 bet with the 8 10. So if I would listen to a pool analysis there, I would make a fold, but we actually saw that he did turn into bluff pocket nines. It doesn't have completely any sense. And speaking when we bet 1/3, he should be check raising a lot of 7x hands. So he then basically reps only like pocket sixes and uh, and the 7 that didn't raise the flop. So he doesn't trap much, and we saw that he weirdly like turned pocket nines into bluff in a spot that doesn't have any sense with the pot on the river. Okay, we're gonna go with the 40 blinds. I'm gonna actually jam a screen, like a screen, pocket eights, pocket nines. I think 40 blinds you can do it, because if you like 3 bet, you actually don't want to like. If you like 3 bet pocket eights and he only has 40 blinds, it limits your ability to play. So I'm usually gonna like jam 40 blinds this, like ace queen, ace jack, jack 10 suited type of hand, and shove like pocket pairs, sevens, eights, nines, and 3 bet more polarized basically. I think it's good in these situations. So I was actually surprised. People don't fight for small pots. When the hand is checked somewhere or bet prints money heavily, they overfold to block bet in this situation. After checking turn, especially after they bet turn check river, they fold to any size. They fold to small size more than 50, I think 55%. So like 1/3 size in that spot prints money. Um, Super huge pot. They're also interesting because like if they're playing for stack, they actually don't overfold in if they call the turn. They don't overfold to an overbet, which is interesting. But when they are playing for like when they're deeper, like 150, 170, 160 deep, they actually overfold massively in that spot. So when is the river like when the river is around, uh, let's say 100 blinds, and you go with the jam, so that's like 300 blinds, so 150 deep, they will overfold a bunch to a shove. But if the pot is around, let's say 80, and you go with the like jam, or 70 and you go with the jam, in this situation they will just play with stacks like with the top pairs. But when they're deeper, guys, and when they check somewhere in the hand, that's again super profitable spots. So definitely check out the video, it's gonna help you. This is how the pool of PokerStars mistakes players play, and PokerStars are one of the toughest actually fields in today games. So if they play like that, your pool probably will play similar or worse than that. So it's gonna actually help you. And if we're gonna be in some of these spots, and if we're gonna have a sample, it's gonna be cool to check out this future, because I think this futures is really nice, and it can help you make really good bluffs, really huge folds in a bigger pots, especially because there are guys when is like 150 blinds deep, when the pot is more than 300 blinds, they just don't click that fold button. They just don't click that bluff button. They just don't click all in shove with bluffs. So keeping that in mind, identifying these guys, It's super profitable for us. And on the other guys, you on the other side, you want to identify the guys that are like don't care that they will do bluffs, they will jam, um, they will be fearless. There are not a lot of these people, but when you uh, just find or just run into somebody like that, it is good to know that you're against somebody like that. Okay, enough talk. Let's go range versus range. Talk about hands uh, and try to make some plays. Try to make good decisions, and that's it. Okay, this is we're gonna go again here with the small. Deuce eight queen. We're gonna bet. And on the river, we can go block, but against a passive fish, I'm just gonna go with the bet, with the 2/3. Block is usually also good. Donk on the turn on this spot doesn't have a lot of sense, guys. Doesn't have a lot of sense. We'll be calling, because now I think our hand will mostly be good. I don't think he will just suddenly donk with the 8. I think we have a clear call. We don't block any of his bluffs, and we block value, so definitely with the 5 of diamond we're just... He actually turned into bluff, or whatever he did. Pocket tens are checking. This guy will still check with the queen. He will not block with the queen. So that's the reason we'll be checking here. He had pocket jacks, which is mostly calling in this spot. Okay. Played it good. River he can block. He can check, both is fine. He did play it good, and he had us. He had us beat. 5-6 off. Table number 1, we have interesting spot. Fish is checking the river with more than a pot size left. Let's see what happened. Let's see what happened. Check call, okay. I thought the fish was betting, but no, fish was check calling the flop, check calling the turn, and check folding the river, okay. The guy is over betting, we will be only calling. Let's see what he's generally doing in this situation. 56 double barrels, so this guy is double barreling a lot, and he has enormous amount of bluffs. So he'll turn here like ace-x into bluff. He'll overbet it probably with hand like ace-5 suited, ace-4, ace-9 off, ace-8 off. So we're gonna call. We get a really bad river. We make a call. He did bluff with a king 10. Table number 1, we have full house. The guy rarely double barrels. And he will triple it up, okay. And we will go here with 22. we're faced with another jam and another bluff, guys. Now we actually had the goods. We had the goods, guys. 3-betting with pocket tens against really tight, needy player that rarely opens, that he opening 16% tens, still mixing 3-bet and a call. He 4-bets, ace queen. He has a clear call with tens, clear call with the king 6. Calling with tens. Calling with tens. Will he pull a trigger here with ace queen and ace king? This is the question. I don't think this guy will. I don't think this guy will, guys. I don't think he will ever do it. Now it would be cool to get sampled to see, like, is he bluffing this? We don't actually know. Unfortunately, guys, we don't have the sample to see. Here, it's actually really important to see it, but we don't have a sample for it. This guy's a fish. What is happening? We're just getting jammed on. What is going on? What is going on? I don't think the guy, this profile of the player, and also against us that we made, that we always make like easy loose calls. I don't think there's like any chance in. He on the turn, I think he can barrel still ace queen, ace king. But when we call the turn and also jack comes, then we can have jacks, so like we have tens, we're gonna have eights. Um, yep. This guy will just not gonna have it. Sometimes you just need to read through the table dynamic. The guy's also the the guy's winning currently. He get. I don't think he will be just in the mood. Okay, I'm just gonna splash 200 blinds with the ace king there against the guy that probably will not fold a lot. You know, I don't think he will have that process. Okay, I'm just gonna spam with the ace king there, and yeah, there is no river bluffs. River aggression of 17. There's no ever way he's gonna bluff anything. Really unfortunate because I actually wanted to call. I don't like to fold, guys. I don't like to fold. And when I have to fold, I have like this in my stomach, this bad feeling. So generally, I don't fold a lot. So if I make fold there, it has to be like super clearly fold. Otherwise, I'm just gonna click it yes. Yes, he's wrapping the aces and kings. It's 12 combination. Ace king is 16. Ace queen is another 16 combination. So a lot of bluffs opportunities. I would pull it with ace king like bad shove, 200 blinds. But I don't think this guy would do it. And if I had one reason, just like one bluff on the river, I'm clicking yes. I'm clicking call. So a7 we're gonna call. So I know how people see us. I understand my image, and I always try to play into my image. We're gonna leave this table because of this short guy here. So let's leave it. And this guy is also shorter. And I just they just write it's reserved for somebody else, and I clicked the I was ready to join table. So sick. We have like three short players. Three short players. I don't like to play with short guys, even with the short like fishes. Just don't like it. If you win, if you have a hand, you want to win against full stack. If you're bluffing, you want to have full fold equity, and you don't have anything when you play with short guys. And short stack poker is actually giving advantage to a short guys. It's actually making a skill less important, and they have fair advantage, unfair advantage in these situations. So I don't like to play against short guys. It doesn't have sense basically. Why would you play short? Like you're gonna play like risk, for example, and you want gonna like or risk or any game. You want to play how the game plays. You know, you don't want to. Uh, okay, I will start, but I will have like half of the soldiers, and like there's no logic. When you're playing, you want to play the game how it needs to be played, and short guys are basically always the guys that are, how would I describe, like they're the one like when 10 guys are hitting the one guy, they're the 11 guys that's gonna run from the street and keep punching the guy that is on the bottom. uh, you know, they lack skill. Generally they lack skill, and they just want to compensate their lack of skill with the unfair advantage that playing short gives them. So don't appreciate short guys. You play poker, you're playing for stacks. You want to bluff with stacks. You want to um, when you have a hand, you want to get paid by stacks. So I had myself guys on the other list, but still. Jack 6, and we're gonna mark them as a fish. Okay. Ace 10 off. We open on table number 3. This guy is also fish. Guy calls on the small blind. He did call. So he will probably like call big blind versus button range. He's gonna have like king 9 off in the range and everything. So ace 10, we will value bet on the flop. Our hand is doing massively good compared to their range. So why not? This board they will be basically always they will always have nothing on it most of the times. And we will go small on the queen 8-3. 1/3 we can bet bigger. With top 2 I basically like to bet smaller. Just to quickly remind you two labels, a red label means winning reg, blue label means weak reg, green label is a fish, and purple label is a top player. We don't have many of those, just a few of them. So just to give you a heads up so you know. Queens v4 bet mostly. We have the new table ready. We will leave this one. Or this one. Okay, pocket sixes. I will leave, let's say, this one. Okay. Okay, here we don't have any fish, but we have this guy is also weak reg. So this guy is a weak reg. This way is reg, and now it will break. What the guy reps here, guys? Is he like really betting hand like ace 8 or king 8 with a spade? Two pair is like 10-5 or 8-5, so yeah, we're just gonna call ace 8 with the spade, okay? Has sense. This hand can go like this. He doesn't have a two pair there, and pocket sixes to turn into bluff. I mean, he reps so narrow that I don't think we can turn it in, that we need to turn it into bluff, because like 10x, I don't think it's gonna be there. I think it's if he's stabbing a 10, he's gonna stab like a medium to good 10, and that will continue like 8 10 9 10 jack 10 queen. It's gonna all continue basically on the turn. So I don't think he reps a 10. And a two pair, it's also highly unlikely, like 5-7, probably don't stab the flop. So he basically rep 8-5 suited. And yeah. So like ace 8, king 8, and 8-5 suited is what he reps. And I think pocket sixes are doing okay that we don't need to turn it into bluff. And it's not the greatest to turn it into bluff, basically, because we actually want him to have like a 6 that's bluffing, not so not great. Great turn for us. And we're gonna bet 2/3. He still needs to float like ace queen, hand like a queen jack with club. When we're bluffing here, we don't want to have a 10 of spade ever. So block hands like ace 10 of spade, ace 8 of spade. I think now it's a give up with 8-10. If I'm bluffing this, I want to bluff at least on the river that complete like my bluffs, like a jack, like an ace, like a 9. Or I want to know something about him. I didn't look at when to show on 21. Also, it blocks like a queen X of spade floats there. Maybe we could actually bluff the river. Maybe we actually could have. We block ace 10, but we don't block ace jack. Actually think, yeah. For example, I would bluff there if I don't have any spade or club. So if I have like 8-10 of hearts, I would always bluff it. Like 9-10 of diamonds. But with this, it's also we like block like a jack 10, ace 10, we block spades. So I think it's mostly give upping on the river. And if we want to bluff on any river, I think it has to be the one that completes our bluffing range. And this 4, not that great. Because when I think what is his calling range on the turn, that's also like, is he calling pocket 8s, pocket 7s, pocket 9s? Does he call that the hands on the turn, or how much of these hands he calls? That also depends. And we don't know anything about him. Does he play like a GT, or he overfolds there on the queen? Is he floating enough of the queen X? How preflop looks? Is he having a queen like a queen jack off in the range? How much of the ace queen off he four bets? Like everything is important. We don't know that. We just see like 24-16. So if we want to bluff a hand that is not bluffing on this type of run out, we need to have good reasons why are we doing that. And based on 142 hands, I just can't find myself a reason to do it. Because it's also like hands like, does he have a ace 10 off in the range is important. How much of the ace jack off is he four betting? Is he doing it like with the GTO? It's around 30% four bet if he's using as a GTO. So then like his combinations with the ace of clubs that's gonna float, it's gonna fall down. So all of that's like having a role. Do I want to bluff or not? So it's not just a question. Okay, do I want to bluff there or not? And the river pop up on 100 hands. Actually, he folded 3 times against the river bet. So that indicates he will not be bluff catching type. I should have just taken a look. It's 146 hands, but when somebody falls 3 out of 3 times, yeah, it's definitely saying he will probably overfold. And he's not bluff catchy guy. Ace King 6. This guy doesn't have like many Broadway hands. Like he has Ace Queen, okay, and suited one Broadways. This is button versus cutoff. This is button cutoff versus early middle position on mainly suited Broadways. We block a king queen, we block a king 10, and we also block king queen of spade and king 10 of hearts that we can potentially fold out. And we don't like all of the ace x hands like ace 4 suited, ace 5 suited. We block ace 10 of hearts and some ace queen off, but I'm gonna give up. We're gonna go 22. He didn't really bet ace queen. He doesn't have king queen, so basically I'm thinking on the river, can I fold him out of the fold. Can I fold him out of the king? And so if I'm having like 7-8 of diamonds here, it's far better chance he's gonna have a king than I would bluff that. But in this situation, no. The guy cash outs. Or bet step. He had a two pair only one time and he did it. We're gonna fold and fold there. High chance that air guys also fish. High chance. What happened there? Okay, he lost all in. Pocket fours we're gonna open. Fold to 3-bet from 2.5 to 8. UTG versus cutoff. Fours are gonna be folding. And the 7 is also folding. Pocket fours. Okay. King does fold. Table number 3. Okay, button versus big blind check on the flop. We're gonna go 7. Calls around 4.6. To this size, I'm gonna just jam. He's using like over 4x, over 4x 4-bet. Yeah, 4 point something x. Pocket fours. I'm gonna go 2/3 against the fish. On 1/3 they call everything. My pocket fours needs a lot of protection. Hoping to get to showdown, and we do it. We're gonna write it down, guys, that the guy did 3-bet 4.2 and snap fold to shove. We'll click, we will just write that read. Checking back. I'm gonna go 3.5. Let's find another guy, another one. The guy seems active. We're gonna get it in. This is his 3-bet from the big blind. Seems he's not shy. He's not shy from the big blind. And the good thing is that he actually did cash out. Let's try to see if we can get heads up running. We are on the waitlist, guys, on 4 tables. That's maximum that we can be. There are other tables. If the free seats opens, we're gonna go in. This guy will not play. Okay. A lot of these short tables. Okay, I found one. All regs, but it's all good. Block 2.5. Block river going good. Okay. There are a lot of these like short tables on stars. I only play it when the people have full stacks on. Because you can enter in this with 10 BBs, which is so if the but usually they're like everybody's like 100 blinds. So I don't know even why they're just opening these short tables. Because some fish comes in with like normal normal buy-in. Jack 10 off on table number 3. I played with this guy yesterday. The guy is a big fish, but yesterday I think he ran really good actually. And he just left then. Ace 10 off. If he opens, we're gonna jam 30 blinds. And here we will be calling. He uses these weird sizes. Check. Let's go like this. Usually when fish bet with small size, that represent the strength of their hand. 4, 5, 10. Check. The guy is betting 95% and he check fold 0%. How is that possible? What he did check. Queen 3. He did bet 95% in position. This is his c-bet in position. And checks a queen 3. A hand that actually wants to bet the flop. Not too much showdown value with it. Hellraiser. I'm gonna leave this table when the guy is having 10 BBs and keeps getting, we're just gonna leave it. I'm gonna just leave it after this hand. Table number 2, we see interesting spot. Let me see what was the line. What is going on here? Yeah, this looks really strong. But against unknown guy, we just can't fold ever. And let's see, maybe the guy will leave. If he rebuys with 10, we are out of it. Okay, we're good. We will stay now. And I will add myself and I can't. I am max tables on waitlist. We will play now this until we get the new table. We're gonna go 3. Cutoff versus small blind. Cut versus big blind. He called with ace queen off. Okay, folded 6-7. All standard stuff. King 8 we're gonna open. We will need to figure out, guys, like Hellraiser, what is he? He looks like an it. We will seek a confirmation that he is an it. From all the other guys, the regs or weak regs, I think we have a nice information, so check back. You can bet range without losing EV on like these boards, but actually it's not a bet range. It's around 50 to 60 c bet, but if you bet range, they will not check raise enough, so you can get you can get away with it. But if you want to know the optimal strategy, it's not a bet range on it. We're gonna let them in with nines. The guy is like 19, 10. He'll probably with ISO, because this is ISO, they'll probably be this is sick. Well played, really nice size. This guy is like, I don't know how to explain this. Like, what is this? What is this? What is this? I mean, he looks like ace king, and this size is also like awful. What is this size? This is a size saying I don't know how to play, go all in or fold, and that's it. And this guy's like breaking in even or maybe even winning. Seven, eight. King, queen, we're gonna open. I don't respect guys like that. That's the thing. Check. Now let's see. After check, check, turn in position. In the small pots, bluff here with the a7, but it was check, 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 bet line. We're folding do6, ace queen, opening. Table number 3, King Canton. Not sure about him. Ace queen we mostly call and do also 4-betting, little more than 30% of 4-bets. Let's see his range just to know what we are getting into it, around 14%. If it's 14%, then it's 8s through aces, ace jack off, king queen off, plus suited broadways and all suited aces if it's 14%, and suited connectors. And we actually fold to a bet. You should be betting bigger size here. I'm gonna peel against this size. He should be going 2/3 mostly. I think I usually don't do half pot, but I think half pot is probably okay. 7-9, bad cards for him. We're gonna bet with the ace queen. We see that his check range on the turn is pretty bad actually. We're gonna go with the bet. With this size we can bet some like 9s and 10s also, so our value range sets jack X. I think this is perfect guy actually to just float. On the passive side, rarely double barrels. So when he double barrels, we have to probably give him more credit to have a hand. And this guy is reg and he's playing with 10 BPs. What is going on? Why? Why is he doing that? He opens 2.5 and fold. I'm gonna just leave this table, Mumba. Mombasa. Okay, I think we did it in last second, guys. I think we made it. Yep, we made it. Okay. I have been removed due to technical difficulty. Okay. We get the table at final second. And actually on the other table, guy is playing full stack. So he's probably doing it intentionally to provoke me. I don't see like any other logical explanation. Table number 3, we see, what is this? 2x 4-bet, and I think it's good. Wow, in these positions, it's maybe even fold. Usually when somebody is distributing from the big blind, you don't need to go big as if they are having polarized range. You don't have to go big uh, with the 4-betting, because when the range is polarized, he's gonna have hands that like king 4 suited. It just can't call a 4-bet anyway. So no matter like if you go 27 or 32, it doesn't matter. He will be just folding. And polarized range usually likes to get 4-betted because you're gonna have a clearly folds to 4-bet and a hands that likes to be 4-betted. So I think going like 2x, it's actually really good idea to doing it. We're gonna check back with king 5 with the backdoor also. So against this type of players, going with 2x is actually whenever somebody is using this polarized range, like 2x is gonna be okay. Like 2.1x, let's say, or 2.05x, just little more than 2x. But even 2x, it's decent because, like I explained, it's gonna be still effective. But there will be people that 3-bet big blind, but not using a polarized range. That's then the thing. Then you want to go to 2.25, I go, or 2.3. We want to bet bigger size on the ace 10-5. Check back. And clear check on the river. Unfortunate. 3, 3, 6, we check. Bet small. A lot of tables today. Yeah, I think actually now you see that summer is over because the games suddenly are just running all the time. A lot of tables on every side of the faction. So summer is officially over. Let me see just. Okay, we are calling pocket sevens always. 7, 8, 4, 5. I'm gonna call 7, 8 suited also. We're gonna call turn where he will be checking a lot. We're gonna have a lot of nines, fives, sixes. What we want to do? Do we want to block like this with these hands? If he's gonna have like 5 sixes just to go to showdown. He looks like he doesn't have anything basically. And if he's gonna have this jack, he's gonna raise it to 2.8. So basically, I would do it with like 5s and 6s. And if I get like small raise, I can just reshove and turn it into bluff. So I use this also. Guys, this is actually a really small c-bet frequency. On ace does 5 big blind versus button. It's around 40%, 40 to 50, so small. Yeah, and now we're just gonna bet. Let's see, he's checking behind turn range. Check behind this. Yeah, really, really rarely. I'm gonna go small over bet. And we'll actually be jamming the river with the jack 9. If the like club doesn't get there, we're just gonna be jamming. Call there. Fold the river. This is his check back range. We see that he's only checking behind 33. Check versus me c-bet in 3-bet pots. When he's a caller, he check behind 33%. So I think this range will be weak. His fold versus delay is 2 out of 2 times. So he will definitely be having poor checking range. Let's see his bet versus me c-bet. trips, bluffing with ace 4. So yeah, I think against him, we're just gonna do even this hand. Like if he's checking, like his checks here would be like lower ace, like mixing probably like all lower aces. So blocking like ace 9 and potentially he can even check back like ace jack. Some people, so like having these blockers to an ace and unblockers to a club makes this hand a decent as a delay c-bet shove river on the bricks, of course. So if the you don't want to like shove it on 3 or 4 or club, but definitely like even if the diamond comes, we can just bet it like a block or 2/3. But I would give up like 3 and 4 because he can like easily have like 3s and 4s still in call range there, and basically just a brick to jam this. And against these players, it will be profitable a lot because we see that his checking range there is really bad. So attack, and the flop is also checking a lot. So we're gonna check a lot of strong aces, ace queen, some ace kings are also checking. So definitely we're gonna have a stronger range there because the flop c-bet is not high freak, and then we're gonna have a lot of medium hands. We're gonna have pocket aces, for example. So like medium strong hands, nuts. Okay, let's go half against the fish. Usually Jack deuce 5, I would go with 1/3. And we're gonna go 6.2. He's not full stack now, so lowering little, add myself on list. If in any case we get we get table broken, so we can find the new one face. There's a lot of tables, so yeah. King queen 8. We're gonna bet. I'm gonna go 1/3. Let's see what's going on table number 1. King 8, 7-9. 7-9 called. Raise the flop. Okay. Check behind the turn. And he doesn't trap anything now. He doesn't trap nothing now. Which hand is raising the flop, checking on the ace, and then on the river 8, betting 2/3. He doesn't trap nothing. And then we can maybe leave this table also. We have this guy short. This guy is always playing short. Queen 7. In these positions we can play it. Let's see what was the action with the 2 pair there. Raise the flop. Okay, good. He checked behind with the. I mean, this guy. You're playing against a fish, and suddenly you're raising the turn with a 2 pair. He probably checked behind river. If I'm the owner of the site, I would immediately ban. Just see one hand. I see check behind on the turn against this guy. Okay, immediately ban. You see, guys, how poker is profitable. You're playing against guys like this. You can fold everything to these guys. This guy will never bluff nothing. Not it's not gonna value bet. Not gonna put you in any tough spot. Let's see him in the big pots. No bluffs, guys. Topper, top kicker only. Let's see in like a big pot, but not huge one. And we found a bluff, guys. Let's see what this guy bluffed. I want to see that. After betting turn, he bluffs with the king queen. Let's actually open the hand. Okay, it was a 3-bet pot called. Okay, king queen actually has sense to be bluffing here. Yeah, king queen has sense. Okay, he did bluff in the 3-bet pots, it seems. Let's see here. It is the hand against us. And he bluffed with the 9-10. And we catch the 4-5. Okay. Okay, he did bluff. Would still ban him because of that hand, but little more respect now. Even his hands are clear bluffs in these pots, in 3-bet pots. So in the big pots where you're playing for a stack of basically 100 blinds, he did bluff 150 blinds, there's 0 bluffs. But this is the spots where you actually want to bluff. But I'm more interested about single raise spots. This is the things where we want to see, and generally from what I see his river bet is on the lower side. When so flop is not pass, but it's okay. Just watching his single raise spot. Yep, on the single raise spot the guy is not bluffing. So in 3-bet pot he did make a few bluffs that are like clear bluffs. He did make a couple of them. Um, but I'm more interested in the single raise spots because now with the single raise spots the range is a lot wider. You're playing a lot wider range, and uh, the range versus range interaction is far more difficult than in 3-bet pots because of the SPR, wider ranges. So there, I think I want to see. For example, we see how he played with the ace-9. He raised the flop with the 2 pair, the guy calls, and he checked behind on the turn just because Jack-10 got there. I mean, Jack-10 got there, but the guy will have, like, on the small blind, he can have, like, the board was like ace-9-8. He can have, like, 8-9. He can have queen-9, queen-8. I mean, he can have, like, ace-10, ace-5. So enormous amount of value you can get. And generally, from what I see in these players, when they're not in value betting or like normal value betting, the hands that are usually normal bets, they actually tend to overfold even if they are tight. Just because, just listen to this. If you're having the normal amount of bluffs, so you and me have the exactly the same amount of bluffs. But if I cut down my value combos that usually are value bet, if I cut down them, like let's say by 1/3, so I'm not value betting properly, I'm gonna be way over bluffing. Even I have the same amount of bluffs that you have. So whenever I face a guys and I see like they are passive, they are maybe having same amount of bluff that like pool has or even less. But if they're not in value betting, they will be over bluffing the spots. So that's always a crucial thing to know. I always make reads if somebody is not value betting properly. And if they're like heavily checking some things that shouldn't be checks, because this guy in 3-bet pot, I play with him hand that we're gonna just show you his strategy. So he 3-bets me cutoff versus middle position, and the board comes ace 5 deuce or ace 5 8. Doesn't matter. He bets 1/3. I call, and the turn is a jack, and he check behinds. You know, he had the ace king and he's checking behind because now he's suddenly scared. Okay, I'm now losing from the ace jack, and the ace jack we don't have enough. We have only suited combination. We forbid some of the ace jack suited, so actually the jack is not that kind of the danger. And the river was actually a queen, and he checked behind with the ace king. So definitely something, and he will probably still be bluffing the bluffs in that spot, but we're not gonna value bet properly, And even the guy's passive and weak, he can still be over bluffing because of that fact. So it can be really important, and we get the really bad river here, and the guy donk jams. We have a bunch of we have a bunch of 10x hands here. This is actually not good spot. You see, he donk river with a missed draw, but he did use like 1/3. Let's see if that was all of his deck. No, you see, he had left. And we also the thing is, the good thing is that we also with the king 7 we block two pairs when that he could potentially block. We block these hands. I mean, we have clear fold. There's nothing to talk about it, but just to say how the raise here is actually really nice. We have a lot of hands. When we check behind the flop, we're saying we have piece of it, so we're gonna have a lot of hands like 7-10, Jack 10, King 10 that don't want basically to bet. And when he bets, we're just gonna call all of it. Um, yep, and definitely we're gonna have like monstrally a lot of 10x on the river. Yeah, maybe the size should be like 15, but I think it's okay. Now we're gonna go with the bluff here. On this 5, we're just gonna turn it into bluff. I would say he looks like a lot as the or pair. He basically looks a lot as the or pair, like nines and tens that wants to bet this big size. And yeah, we just want to turn this into bluff and shove here. Wow, we just actually lose this. He did trick us, guys. We have to admit it. Super sneaky, super sneaky, super sneaky check. Super sneaky small size on the turn. Only call of the raise. Yep, he did. He did trick us. He played it good. He played it tricky. We have a top full house, but not the best one. We have the not the top. We have the normal full house. He has the top full house. The green guys, the green labels. You always get surprised. For me, it's basically better not to have them on the tables. It's hard to range them. Uh, it's hard to know how they play, what is their strategy. Uh, yes, it's easier when you get hot stats, so we can see like hot spots and where you can see where the edge breaks and all of that stuff. But generally, like it's hard to make analysis of the fish, like pool analysis of the fish players because they are so unpredictable and different that that analysis will not be like super accurate. When you make analysis of the regs, it's much more accurate because a lot of regs today in today games just play in the same way, same tendencies, same style, but fish are different. You see, like this is 40-26 guy, aggression like decent, 36 decent to compare to like a lot of this is aggressive fish like 67-22, but their strategies and way of thinking will be completely different, so you just can't put together these two players ever, you know. So definitely something to keep in mind. it's much easier to like make analysis of the regs, weak regs, nits. With fish, it's a little different. Donk flop, bet turn, always. He uses the top pairs here also. Let me see when he steps. So this is his step. We see low pockets, pocket threes on king, king nine. We see a trash like deuce seven, a draw, and bet turn with all of this. I think pretty much we have to call him. Well, we have to fold this. And on the river, he's leaving something behind. Doesn't have any sense. If you're having if you have a 10 or a straight, why wouldn't you just jam? Why are you leaving 4.4 behind? Doesn't have sense. It's the same. You just lost. You just. I mean, I'm calling the river whatever size you used. This just doesn't have sense. Well, let's see what the guy had. Kings on tens. And now he gets ace king on aces. Ace king on kings. And the guy gives him a really huge bad bit. The guy is like stabbing and betting the turn with all of this trash step and fold. The donk flop bet turn is 11 out of the 11 times. So against him, guys, if we are calling the flop and the turn, there is no way ever we're gonna fold the river on a brick. We also see that he don't do 7 on the queen, queen 9. And bet the turn. Okay, queen 5-5, we're betting range on it. I'm gonna bet 1/4 and the ace king 6. Just to this board will be hugely overfolded, so we're just gonna use really small size just to make him defend something. Maybe even like 150 is a good idea there against especially these guys. He usually plays only short, so now actually when he plays full stack he will be way more careful than the normal guys. 12.5, ace 4 suited. Let's squeeze it. This guy folds versus squeeze on the button, 87%. And the theme of the day seems that I'm getting jammed when I trip it, just jammed. I mean, it is insane. Why we can have aces when they do it? Or ace king or kings. Why I need to have ace 4 suited when they do it? I will tell you what I see when I have a hand when they shove it or when I see on they usually have like pocket nines, ace king, pocket tens. I also saw pocket queens played like this against me actually. But I never saw like aces and kings against the reg play like this. Let me see. I think I have few reads about this guy, so I'm just gonna try to remind myself. Wild guy seems. We have a history together. Spewy. And by spew, I don't mean nothing insulting. I think about myself also as a spewy, so just in a sense of the word that I think he's capable of doing shit. That's basically my definition of spewiness. Ability to do something that is not GT approved in situation based on some things. Is it like emotionally you're on the tilt and you're gonna do something, or you have other reasons like exploiting some tendencies? But it's all part of the game. 6-9. Table number 356 we had, okay. This guy pots the river. Let's see. I want to actually see what he reps. He called the flop, check behind, and he now pots. He's passive. He can maybe check behind hand like a king, jack, king, queen with a spade. Maybe pocket sixes check behind also. Fish knows to have a checking range behind a lot stronger than Rex because they suddenly have trips. They just check behind in position on the board. They need to bet range, for example, um, because they are not range aware. They don't care about the range. They mostly play their hand strength and or their hand, and that's the reason why. So their checking behind range could be stronger. We're gonna go like 12 here. 3-bet versus ISO. I think it's good. We can also call to let him in. We can 3-bet. Both options are good. And I get the hate when this happens. Actually, connection problems. And I had 4-7 suited here. A combo draw on this board. And a flush, of course. And I lost all of the wait lists. Insane. Not sure why it happened. Really not sure why. But it happens every day. It also kicked me from the super sport, so it has to be something with connection. Let's see what the other guy had. A6. He actually had something. He had a piece of it. 6, 7, 10. We're gonna go with the bet. He really folds a lot on the turn. Let's take his calling range. Queen 8. I'm gonna raise here, guys. This size looks low. This size just looks weak. To me, he looks like he's like really betting like 7 or 10. And he looks reasonable guy. 17 went to showdown. He looks like he is not typical fish, so I think we can do it. We would raise a king jack on the river, we would raise an ace jack on the river. There, when they play like this, it's always like weak hand, so why not? Well, let's see what happened there on table number 1. King 10, ace jack. How the hand goes. The 3-bet. Okay. The guy jammed, raised the flop. Okay. This is 4-bet. 20.5. Look at these guys. First 3-bet against us, and I 4-bet the guy. This was little rude. I didn't check it in time. This is his actually first 3-bet in 676 hands against us. And we are also a little deeper. Our hand is mixing. Our hand is a mix of 4-bet and a call. We decided to 4-bet this time. I'm using my own randomizer method. It's accurate as it is with the random number generator, but much easier. And you will be perfectly randomizer. I used it for like 2 years now and get used to it, so I immediately know. Really easy. It takes practice, but when you get used to it, because like using this randomizer, it's giving some random factor to my game, and then that's something that I don't like. So you're clicking, and if number says something, you're gonna do it. I don't like it. I just don't like it. And I see a lot of people using it. But I mean, in theory, yeah, you're gonna be pretty much having the right frequencies, but in, like who says, you're not gonna get a lot of like, in the spots where you should be 50-50, you're gonna get like 10 times at the row the one action, you know. For example, 10 out of 10 times you will fold, then you need to call 50% of time. Yeah, but I mean, on the long run it has to be it, but I just don't like it. Don't know, I just don't like it. I didn't ever use the random number generator for making my decisions, so I think of the method where I don't need to use it, and I will be balanced. 5-6-9 at the turn is a 3. Okay, his calling range there. He's not gonna have many top pairs because he's not calling. He has ace-9 off. He's not check raising ace-9 off. Okay. Sevens, eights, we block sevens, pocket fours, threes, still calling with the spade, so threes is impossible now. I think we want to check it back. We're just gonna bet it here with this size. His queen is a possibility that he will float with the queen of spade or the ace of spade on the 5-6-9. He's not 3-betting all of the combination, so he'll have like 70% of the ace queen also. We're gonna have still like hands like tens, jacks, kings that check behind and now will value bet. So our value range is still decent. He has sevens with a spade, which is a slam dunk, easy call. And he did think through it. Because I mean we have a lot of value still. And like hands like queen jack, queen 10 is also betting the flop as a bluff, so we're gonna have a decent amount of value there. I'm gonna raise king jack. Don't like the river. We lost it on the river. I think raising for value is clearly there. We'll see if this guy will play or not. Calling king jack, king queen, queen jack. I'm gonna fold. Let's see the hands that he did trip. 31% in heads up. I'm gonna actually bet with my hand. We still get value from a lot of hands that are checking. That are like tens, like 9-10, like jack 10, like king jack. And we're not gonna be like check shoved very often in this spot. So I think betting ace jack is okay, especially in heads up. And now I'm actually jamming the river. He's still gonna have some queen 10. King queen should be double barreling a lot. Okay. Fortunately, the guy leaves, and I actually had a table. I actually had a table. I actually had a table. I would call it the queen 10, queen 9 with backdoors, yes, but queen 9 off, no. The guy is also opening a lot less than he should be opening, so range tighter. He's gonna hit this board better. We're just gonna make a fold. King 6 we're folding. Let's see what I have on this guy. Okay. I also have my notebook ready. Have my notebook ready. So if I have some hands that I'm not sure of, I'm gonna write the hand up using the old method, old school, and then go into detail in that hand, post the hand on Discord, on my Discord where we discuss it with a lot of good players. If you didn't join the Discord. You are free. It's free. You are free to join. You're welcome to discuss hands with us. You're discussing to study with us, work with us, learn with us, and definitely it's a best way to improve your game. Best way. You talk with a lot of people who have everybody has different perspectives. Uh, it's gonna be just really good and valuable. Pocket trees we're gonna call. We're against really tight actually range. 10% ace 5 suited Broadway, so pretty tight range. Let's see, he probably doesn't have like an ace jack and off and king queen off in the range. He calls even ace queen, big blind versus button. King Jack suited, Ace Jack off, so trying to show down with pocket threes. The guy has easy kings. Easy kings. Into the triple check range. Pocket Jack snap call. Our image is bad, guys. We have to admit it. We have bad image. So not even like thinking about it, maybe to fold or not. Just a snap. Cutoff versus early. Yep, with this combination we are definitely double barreling. The thing is, I don't think he has like pocket threes or fours. Cutoff versus small blind, he's like 10%, so he will mainly have like fives plus. So we can just fold him out of the hand like an ace queen of diamonds, ace jack of diamonds. He folds a lot on the turn, so it's gonna be good. We don't block any backdoor draw. Yes, we block pocket eights, but still, this hands needs to be continuing. Queen 10 off. Okay. So guys, in future, you will have the iPoker content also. And the good news is that on iPoker the HUD looks better. The HUD looks actually better because there is no restriction. We have the badge system there, and strength numbers looks more beautiful, more color is there. We're gonna 3-bet ace 10 off. And also the VCOP. We're gonna go 1/3. Checking back here. I'm gonna double barrel for sure with the ace 10. We're gonna go slightly over bet here. I can do it with like queen of clubs for value. He has it with the ace. He has it with the ace. He tanked and called. Okay. Generally, in this spot, button versus big blind. Yeah, we're gonna have more ace and king of clubs than he's gonna have. Where for max we're gonna open like king 8. We're gonna open all of the ace x, and like when we are betting with this size on the flop, he just can't call with hand like ace 5 with the ace of clubs, for example. And we can just bet with this type of hand. So we're gonna have like ace queen with the queen of club, for example, that will not always double barrel. So definitely we'll get there to queen, king, and ace, and just as I mean, pot is actually better, but this is also okay. I don't think the full house sevens are mainly sevens are mainly three bet, tens are always jacks are always when we are four max, uh, even when we're six max tens and jacks are always, sevens are sometimes, but when four max sevens should be or like really a lot. So he doesn't have actually full except the jack 10. That is maybe gonna check raise the flop, maybe not. But basically his only full house is jack 10. He can have trees because pocket trees are folding to a flop because he can have it in club. So yep, I think actually going for overbet with a queen, king, and ace is something clearly, and putting this into bluff is also something that is okay. But we run into it, and the guy actually had basically the nuts. Uh, when he checked behind here, I would say he has. And I'm gonna go actually big here, 32. And we leave one more we broke one more table, and we need to find a new one. We are on the wait lists, maximum amount of it. So we just run into it into basically a nuts. He pots the turn. We are calling the river. I think why like what he reps here, like queen deuce. I don't think he's like checking behind queen x in that lane. Maybe he can have some queen x, but definitely clear call. It's not very likely. Queen 3. So guys, if you're interested uh, to seeing MTT content, let me know in the comment and I will make it, because VCP is starting in 2 days and I'm gonna play. So if you want to see that, if you want to see like one long session of MTT, or if you want to see a live stream that we would watch and play with me together, let me know and I will make it happen. And if you like the content, then like it, so we can just grow the channel, guys. If you didn't join the Discord, join. We are now close to 400 players on the Discord, and yeah, it's really good. In any time you can get help, in any time you can get advice, like ranges, whatever you need you can get. So definitely community that is really, really good. A lot of strong players, a lot of good players, crushers. So you're in just good hands. Uh, if you're like in a need of a good company to help you, I think he has like an pretty much always the he had like a quick call. I'm just thinking, do you want to jam or not, or just go with the big size? Let's see the river pop up. How he reacts. He actually falls too big to orbit, so I'm gonna go with the pot. And I'm gonna actually go here with 4. We're gonna rep a 4 and bet 4. So definitely, guys, you are in a great, great company. Um, whatever advice you need, somebody will be there to tell you. If you need ranges, if you are unfamiliar with what to use in this spot, ask for it. Somebody will be there. If you want to work, study on some spot, join us in studying. Yeah, we are really active. A lot of hands, analyzing, a lot of discussions. Just a super good way to improve. I don't think there's anywhere better community because I was part of it and I tried to make the best possible one. And I every crusher I know that worked with me is in there. A lot of my opponents that are actually good are there. We actually also work together to get even better, to be even better, to be best versions of us. So yeah, just I don't think there's like any excuse. The people just contact me and say like we wanted to find a really good a really good community to learn, to improve, and now you have it. So click join in and I see you there. Table number 1 we're gonna fold. Uh, this like every Broadway is super good for button. We actually have now a top pair, but generally profitable spot for betting. There's two strategies also, um, and I actually like to use on turns where is overcard. I don't use that much overbets. Even Solar actually does a lot of overbetting in that spot. But I think like it's you can make them even overfold with the normal sizings. So I don't think there's like much need for using an overbet. But it's decent. You can do it also. Um, my strategy there is just to bet normal size, and I mainly overbet in spots where people are capped. So this is mostly my overbet spots where we bet, for example, we bet king deuce 4 button versus big blind, turn is a 9, turn is a 10, turn is a 6. So I mainly bet on the super high V cards for me, but also a bricks. And actually here is the case on, let's say, deuce 5 10. The jack, queen, and kings are super plus EV cards for in position player. So that's the reason why there is an overbet range, but they can still hit these cards. Not as often as you're gonna hit, but they can still hit it. And then the reason why I sometimes also use the orbit player dependable against my opponent, against some opponents, but generally I feel like they are still over folding, and with just this one size, it's easier to play. If you have this only one size, you don't need to balance these things, and they are already over folding it. So immediately it's super plus EV spot, and you don't need to balance two ranges because every time you have an overbet range, your normal size will be weakened, and you need to balance, and you need to put both in both sizes. You need to put um, nuts, you need to put bluffs, you need to put like strong hands, value hands. Like you need to balance both. And that's like in these spots, I think it's too much work for the same result. Let's say it like that. So I don't use much of the overbet in that spot. I strictly use the overbets in spots where we have the enormous range advantage from the flop, and the turn is basically a brick, and we transfer all of this range advantage there. That's the situation where I like to overbet. King 8. We again jammed on, guys. Ace 5, a lot of 4-betting, and fold to shove. We mix call and a 4-bet. Unfortunately, we are just shoved on today. Can I get value hands, please? We are calling against this guy. Against us, he seems to be quite 3-bet happy, guys. He 3-bets us 36%. Everybody else 19%. We're gonna call a turn where he will do a lot of checking, actually. We're just gonna call. I would basically have to shove. He just have 25 blinds left, so we have to shove. And we also see that he's double barrel range. He double barreled the ace queen on the 3-4 jack 4, so static board he double barreled it. He's tripping 33% against us, so a lot of hands like I don't know, like king 5, king 6 with the gut shots, ace 6, ace deuce on the turn. So a lot of gut shots he's gonna have. We block like 8, 9, but even hands like a queen 8, queen 9 off with the spade. So I mean, we just easy have an easy call on the turn. Basically shove because he's just 20 blinds left. And we were also like how much? It was like 4 max, I think. I don't know, everybody. Yeah, it was one player less. So 5 max. I think he'll probably use the normal range still. So really high. Pretty much has to be a polarized range there. With this 3-bet frequency, he has to have a polar range. Even we only see a queens and we only see queens until now, but it's pretty sure it's polarized range. Have to fold there. And now we're gonna be bluffing. I'm just thinking about the size. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with 1.5. And here we're gonna go with 3-bet 6.7. And here we're gonna go 10. Today everybody's just playing against us. This guy doesn't have 6s in the range for sure. And we're gonna go with bet turn. A small raise on the river. He doesn't have 3s for sure. 6s, I don't think he has. Queens he probably raises. So I will be jamming tens. Queen, I think he raised on the flop against us. So he is pretty much stuck with sevens, eights, nines, and tens. Really great river. Now we also look bluffy. Unfortunately, the guy folds. Really, unfortunately. Just gonna call this guy. It seems like he's a fish actor. Based on the call for size, I would say he is a fish. I would say with a lot of certainty that he is a fish. Now the size on the flop, pre-flop size, flop size, call for bet size. Everything points in one direction. We're gonna go 6x. Can we get one hand when we 3-bet and they jammed on us and we have like a hand that's gonna call, that can call? This guy fold massively on rivers, so against him we have a super profitable bluff with a hand, let's say like king queen. Or ace king. Six ten, we're gonna fold. Ace jack off, we're gonna 3-bet this combo. Now we're gonna squeeze. Probably getting jammed on. If this guy jams, we're gonna call. Surprisingly, we didn't get jammed on. I want to get the feeling when they jam and we have aces. I think I want to see that happening. Because I don't remember last time when it happened. And I remember like at least 15 times we got jammed on in last few days. And actually jammed on my 3-bet. Today it was like 3-4 times. Generally, I think all of us need to be aware which type of image we have and play our image a lot also. I often know to forget my image and I just try to play the range, but sometimes my bluffs will be really unprofitable in many spots against some opponents. So we need to be, everybody needs to be aware of their image. Let's go with the 1/3 and wrap like a 4, like a pocket 5s, 6s, hand like a king 7, like we have king 6. This is his double check range. He doesn't fold that much, 41%. So a lot of ace high low pairs gonna still call. But on the rivers we're gonna have opportunity to take away the pot. What happened there? How this actor lost the chips? Ace 5 suited. Okay, he had a combo draw. Call. Wow. Actor is wild. Immediately shove on the flop. No. Immediately jam. Okay. Ace 8. He should be having the the betting, a lot of betting range, only like 20% in this spot. Yep, he actually does it. He over c bets, so we have a clear. This is the multi-way pop-up and how he plays multi-way. So he c bets out of position 67, faulty raise 50. He bet with queens on the 8, 9, 10, and ace jack deuce is actually a you want to have on the ace jack deuce. You're gonna have like close to 40% of betting range. If you didn't check the video of multi-way pots where all of our guys from Discord were involved, and if you didn't check it out. It's called the Breakthrough Team Solves Multi-way. We were playing in the multi-way solver, and we did a multi-way strategy across many boards. Super useful, and all of us that were in the video and now are playing actually feel much better in multi-way pots. Now they're super easy to play. We know everything, how to play them, and the strategy is pretty surprising. It's going to be surprising when you see that on a button you should be raising hand like pocket fives. You're raising actually 30% of hands against his c-bet, guys. So definitely something. If you didn't check it out, check it out. I think it's really valuable content because I don't think you will find like multi-way pots, how to play them, how to exploitively play, because we're also going through exploit, how to exploitively play these situations. So yep, I think it's going to be super useful. If you didn't check it out, please check it out. We're going to dunk the turn, check back the flop, call. Actor is back. Actor is not give upper. I think we are going to check call the river and or bet the river here. I think clear over bet. Are we going to go here? This is short table, but we add ourselves on the wait list. Or bet is nice. We get called with the ace queen. Um, a lot of short tables are there, so I put myself on the list. And to be able to go into the list, you need to go into one short table prior of that. So we go into it, and the guy also is there, so maybe we'll play some heads up. This guy is also decent player, so it can get interesting. And here actually we're gonna go with bluffing with the king jack. Did Hector actually lost? Yep, he lost again. What happened? What happened, Hector? What happened? Okay. Multi pot he bet turn, bluff jam the river with what he had, king queen without anything. Hector made some pretty advanced plays, wasn't successful. He used these blockers, but without blockers actually. This guy is not betting a queen there. Jack. This is the need with aggression of 30. So his value bet range will be super tight. So he does it for inducing purposes. And we're gonna add one zoom table until we get into other ones. We will add one zoom. Three, four suit, 3-4 off. A little bit of zoom. A little bit of zoom today. Until we find. Usually I start Zoom around 3 a.m. Now it's 2 a.m. 10 until 2 a.m. 10 minutes until 2 a.m. Still a little early for Zoom, but why the Zoom is not starting? Deal me in 300 plus. Or I want, no, that means actually. Block the river. You see, guy has queen 10. Double check. I don't know what is wrong with Zoom, but we did get the table here. But unfortunately, the guy has 6 blinds, so this is something I hate playing. So I'm gonna actually leave. And we have the new table. Not short one, the normal one. Okay. Queen 7, Jack 7 7. We can actually donk on the big blind. If the table breaks, I have a new one ready. Split. Have the new one ready immediately. So guys, in the comment section, just tell me if you have any ideas what you want to see. Usually I have one also series in mind. Uh, in my Discord I have the review session option. So a guy that on my Discord just write basically records his session, basically 1 hour long, his usual session with his way of thinking, with his thought process, playing out loud like I'm playing now, and I go and review every single point, everything that he said. I make review of it. You also have that I put one video on YouTube with the review of the session of one of our guys from the Discord, and I will also the next guy that is online is very interesting player, very creative player, so it's gonna be pretty much a lot of crazy hands. And if you like that format, also let me know in the comments, or if you have any idea what you would like to see, let me know and we can make it happen. um, Now actually the scoop, the VCOP will start, so I'm not sure when I will have the time for it, but as soon as I have the time I will make it happen. So next in the line I have like 2 3 people in the line, but you can also apply to that. I think it can be helpful to you, and I will do my best to give you my best possible analysis of it. So if you're interested for it, join the Discord, go into the section of review of the session, and apply if you're interested for that. 6 is just gonna, we want to deny equity that he folds hand like a 9-10 on the flop, or Jack 9, Jack 10, this type of hands. The guy steps every river, so I guess this guy will just call hand like a Queen 10, Queen Jack, King 7 type of hand, King 6. He'll bluff all of these hands. So I think definitely against him we are happy to call. 6 is a clear call and isolate on table number 1. Monotone board, guys. I'm gonna go normal size, 2/3. The key, guys, is to have across all the sizes, across all sizes, you want to have value, bluffs. So every size that you use needs to be balanced. And especially when you're using, if you're using, and today in today game, everybody's using orbit range, and especially then your normal size need to still have a lot of strong hands, and you need to mix between these two sizes a lot. And now we want to orbit, guys. When this ace hits, this guy thinks it's a fold slot on orbit. Against him, I will exploitively the hand that I would usually orbit. I would just put it in the normal size. And when he calls a turn, let's see after call turn. You see, like when he calls a turn, he usually has a strong hand, and he usually really bluff catch against an orbit. So now, when we're betting, we're gonna go to X spot. We're gonna go to X. He is tanking. And also against us, he's really tending to bluff catch. Now I think he doesn't have an ace. He probably has like under pair to 10, maybe like pocket 8s, 9s, or 10x. But having like a 10 jack, 10 queen really sucks because you block a lot of bluffs. Clear check behind. We lose against jack 10. This guy's bluff catch happy, and that's. Now we're gonna actually go to see a size of the pot to see how much the river was, guys. The river was, let's see, the rivers were 25 to 65. Okay, so we're gonna see based on the size of the pot. Okay, 25 to 65 pot. After calling turn, you see he actually bluff catches a lot. So top pair, and some like nuts basically backdoor. That's actually flush on the river. So the guy bluff catch this. So he against us he would never fold an ace. I like our size on the river against him, but the guy just didn't have a calling hand, and he didn't have an overpair. He's just betting the overpair, so he doesn't have that. So he's under pair or 10x. Big size on the 3 jack queen. And here we're not gonna go with the 1/3 because the range is much more narrower. and we're gonna go with the 2/3, and we're not gonna have an overbet range on the river. We're just gonna use the normal size. He's saying he has a flush basically, and there's no way I think he's bluffing in this spot, so he just has a flush, so we're just gonna jam. He always have it though, so there's no need to just balance and call there. You see how it's nice when you have the normal size and you don't go now overbet the turn, because this is not the spot for overbet the turn. The ranges are narrow there, especially against when middle position is there, you know. So overbet doesn't have any sense because a lot of our range is just overpairs and high cards with like ace queen, king queen, and none of these hands wants to be overbetting. So actually overbet there would be a real big mistake, and people just when they have a flush they just want to overbet, but this is not the spot for it. And the guy usually he sees us overbetting a lot. He probably thinks, okay, he's using normal size. I want to attack those, and we use the normal size with the nuts basically, and we're just gonna call with ace four. Okay, that's why I'm saying like it's important to be aware of your sizings, and it's important to balance both of the size if you're using orbit strategy. I worked on this more than a year just to be balanced. I want to always to see. I basically like to orbit and I like to bet big, and I wanted to see, okay, but what is that doing to my normal size? And in many situations you will be okay. I'm gonna go with slight orbit. In many spots you're gonna be, if you're using a lot of orbits with your value hands, your and there's a still for example like a medium strength hand that you want to be betting, you're gonna be vulnerable if you're not balanced in that way, and good opponents can make like hell of exploit against you. They can just, for example, start jamming your normal size on the river with bluffs. They can jam it thin for value. A lot of things they can do, and the key thing is to be balanced with these two ranges. Be aware how board structure dictates which type of size you want to use, and that's the real good start. And not just be watching your hand, how your hand wants to be get paid. I think clear check back on turn. And now I think we have a clear bet. I'll try and get myself on cup. There's a lot of tables still. It is late, but still a lot of tables, so and there is also always a zone. I actually made now 20k hands on Zoom. It's not much, but when you think about it, I'm only playing one table basically, and it is like in basically around 3 a.m. It's decent. Also, I will maybe make only a Zoom video. I think if people want to see that, I can also make it. Basically, any ideas that you have, put it in comment, and I will do my best to take it in consideration. And then, if people are interested in seeing that, I will make it. 6-7. We're gonna call Queen 8-7. monotone. He should be using a lot of one big blind strategy. That's like really high V also. People don't know how to play against 1BB on monotone boards. People over check raise with their value. You need to still slow play a lot of flushes. People don't do it. Don't know how to respond. And whenever people don't know how to respond to something, there is an edge to get there. And all of these things, they are huge and really important for your win rate. And nobody will speak. You rarely find a content like that. That's why I think our community on Discord is super great. And we get jammed on. I said, give me the aces when I'm getting jammed on. Give me the aces, not sevens. 4 times we get jammed on this session. We squeeze, get jammed on. Okay. We're gonna go 4x against him. He seems call happy. And against him, actually, I'll use a big size strategy immediately. We're gonna go 82%. We're gonna fold 6-8. Close to it, close to it. On the cutoff, I would open it. On the button, I will fold. My key is to make a best community, and it will always stay like it's all free. And when I'm making like Twitch content, I'm also like doing it completely free. I turned off any subscriptions, because if I'm doing it, yes, I do it to promote my HUD, of course, because I think it's the way best HUD for cash games that there is on Hand2Note. He should be having check range here. Against him, I will actually fold. I think it's the way, by far the best HUD. We have the best futures. I made a HUD by myself, uh, by my style of play, what informations I'm looking to get from opponents, how I want to break my opponent's ranges. So that's the way I made the HUD. And HUD is super exploitative, so you want to be with using it, you're gonna have such many informations where you can play super exploitatively, and you can just crush your opponents, crush their ranges. Even you see me when I play, I use a lot of un-GTO stuff, um, because there is like no need to balance. GTO strategy is strategy that the key is around denying the equity of your opponent range. So GTO is not about gaining EV, it's about denying the other person EV. And that's the GTO strategy. So by playing GTO, you're playing two perfect strategies against each other into the equilibrium, and the key is to deny your opponent's strategy so you can be exploited. So you are gaining with exploiting people, exploiting their ranges and their weak strategies. So it is massively better to exploit in many situations than to play GTO, because GTO strategy will have actually a lot, uh, basically exploitable strategy will be higher EV gain than the GTO. So definitely my game and my HUD is around exploits, and I'm also using a lot of pool exploits. I want to know how my pool plays in any spot, And I also made we have in the HUD range research where we can see exactly how they play any spot, how the pool plays, how the fish play, how the reg plays, and just keeping that in mind when you don't have sample, when you don't have reads, when you're playing new opponents or like random opponent that you don't have sample on, for example in Zoom, it's always nice to have this pool 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 tendencies in your mind, in the back of your head, in your subconscious, just to see, just to know what you want to do. First dunk on the flop. So he needs to check or an orbit here. I'm gonna fold this line. When fish does this, it is super bluffy. When the reg does it on the ace on the turn and on the river. And here actually the pool bluffs when they are overbetting the river, but this size and this line is super value heavy. And I would say he reps basically a set here or straight. And I think he reps it by the like his timing tells and his sizings. It's all screaming value. I think you can just easily fold. So, just to conclude, the key is for me is to make the best possible community because I want to get better and I want to have around me the guys that have a lot of fights, a lot of battles, and that can also drive me up, that can also uh, help me improve a lot more than I would be doing it by myself. All my life I've been by myself. I played by myself, learned by myself. I never did any coaching. I didn't do like I just knew I learned best by myself, and that was my whole life that I did. And I think now I'm in the situation where okay, I want to have around me guys that can drive me even more further, that can help me move my limits and make me a better player. And yeah, that's the key. And I think that is exactly what we have on my Discord. We have a really nice mix of guys, so everybody is welcome because you're gonna find a player if you're like low stakes player playing like NL50, you will find guys that are in there, the guys that are crushing, that the guys that were before in there now are moving to the bigger limits. You're playing 200, 500, there's guys that are crushing these limits. So you'll find mix of everything, and that's the key. And uh, it's I mean it's really nice when you don't have like you made something, you're in the bad run or something, and you just put hands and you see guys, okay, you did that mistake, I think you shouldn't be doing this. It's super nice to have that. You'll feel immediately more confident in your ability because wherever it happens you're gonna get really good uh, people are objective, and it's hard to be like it's hard to be questioning yourself because you're just objective, everybody's objective, and this way you're going to have objective point of view, and super uh, good to have that option. That's the way I want to say. Okay, let's get back into it. The hand was something really, yeah, the guy had like this is such a crazy hand. We're gonna go actually big here, and we're gonna check tens. On this type of boards, I'm using a lot of overbetting on the flop. 7-8, we're gonna call. Let's see what happened there. I want to see the guy with the top set. Okay, we're just gonna call with tens. Uh, gonna call, and we're gonna now use the big size. He had a queen 10. Probably should have jammed the turn, guys. Probably should have jammed it. When you have tens, you're actually blocking this 10. Okay, but I think he will be committed. So the guy called a 3-bet. The guy check raise with top set. Pots the turn and the guy jams. And gets lucky. Okay. And you know what else, guys? I think it's also the time that I win a big tournament on the stream. It's been a while, and I really want to do it. Like big VCOP event, like 200 or $500, like a big event, and win it on the stream. That would be nice. I think it's time, guys. I think it's the time. I was really unlucky on stream, like on Sunday Million of $500. If you didn't, you can check it out. There's a video on it. I was really unlucky. I crushed these guys. I bluffed them, called them, bluff catch them, like put them in tough spots. And the guy plays super bad and gets lucky. And at the end, four of us left. I get the monstrously bad beat with aces against pocket sixes. The bounties were like like um, if you just kick somebody out, the bounties were like 15k or 16k, something around it. Basically, everybody had like 10k plus bounty, and actually, I get the bad beat on the aces versus sixes. And before that, guys, I just read through a guy. He was bluffing me in the not like in a super ICM bad spot for him, and I just read through it. Basically, what he played, he didn't trap anything. I read through it, and he gets lucky on the river, and I actually get back and get the bad beat. So it wasn't meant to be, and I just feel it's time to be now. It has to be time to be. I worked a lot. I'm working also on entities, on cash, mixing everything. I think it's just time to win something on stream. Okay, we're just gonna go with this table. I add myself on the wait list on other short table, and I have to go in with this table. Because to be able to be on a wait list, you actually need to be playing. I'm gonna go 5. Here I will not use the orbit, I'll just be betting it normally. Even if he's like 4x, he's not gonna be there often. I think on this like run out, we probably want to give up. And this guy after cold turns folds a lot. Let's see on these small bluffs. I'm gonna actually put it. Shouldn't be, but the guy is really falling in these small pots, smaller pots. We don't want to bluff with the queen 7 of hearts. We want him to have a queen of hearts or ace 7 of hearts. So we don't want to bluff this, but yeah, I just decided he did look a foldy in this, like, generally he looks foldy. He doesn't bluff catch that much. His fold versus river is over 70%. He also had he also had Jack 10, which is something it can be folded. With a 10 you're blocking a lot of bluffs. Really a lot of bluffs. But he did call us. That's the thing why I told you we need to be everybody needs to be aware of his image. I have the new table actually ready. I need to be aware. The thing is that when I saw the river fold, so he's folding everything to everybody except me. So we just need to keep that in mind. Let me see, do I have something about. He looks to me like that we don't have many history together. I didn't have one read about him, so not much history. And I'm usually, I just think he's like on the passive, like winning reg on the passive side. When soft flop 43. Uh, when somebody has one versus when soft flop 43, he can be a good reg. And when somebody folds, this time we were like, you see, like fold to an overbet 99. I should have basically overbet there. Let's see in small pots. He folded overbet 3 out of 3 times. So yeah, I should have overbet there on the river. Just exploitively overbet. I'm gonna actually go on orbit now. A really nice hand to orbit, guys. Table number 3, we're just gonna 3-bet king queen suited. One of the prettiest hand, king queen of hearts and king queen of diamonds. I really like it. 8-10 off. 8-10 off, we're gonna be folding. Jack 8. Suddenly the tables are popping when we are full, when we have everything. Folding, folding. Pocket force. Five, 6, 9. We're gonna go with the check. This size doesn't have sense. He just have this size, so he's just using like 2/3 and nothing else. Okay then. Checking back the river. We're gonna check aces on the 5, 6, 9 and kings. This size should be betting like a block size on the turn. He should be having mostly block or an overbet size. So if he doesn't know that, he just can't get the red label. Red labels are good players. You see like one soft flop 50, aggression 41. That is a good player, and this is the weak player. Jack 9 4. Both ways is okay. It's not always a bet. Sometimes it's check call, sometimes it's a bet, sometimes it's check raise. Queen 10 with this, we're gonna actually go small on the turn. And here, %16 generally. I'm gonna float with the backdoors. Turn that is super good for him, so we will be folding. And he checks, so he looks like a nines, tens. Queen X. I'm gonna actually bet now. He should be betting even queen on the turn. So he looks to me like nines, tens, 8x. And we're still gonna have like a king, jack, king, 10, king, queen off. So definitely I think betting on the turn when he checks there is something we want to do. And like if he's even calling, Hands like nines and tens or jacks, like bluff catching it on the river will be super bad because he's blocking every bluff. So if we think that he's calling these hands, and we need to check here to see like his check fold on the turn. His check fold is this his like first check fold, and this when we have c bet check fold, it's 99%. So that indicates that this guy would actually call the hand like 9 tens and jacks and fold it on the river. Then our step on the turn is only profitable if we jam the river against this type of players. If we don't jam the river, our step is just not gonna bring us any money. So step turn and bet river should be the play against these guys. Now let's see also here on the river pop up after call turn how much he folds river. You see like on the orbit he doesn't call and it doesn't fold anything, and he actually calls with the low pairs in this line like jacks. But that was smaller pots, guys. You see, it was only 25 blinds. In the bigger pots, he actually folds everything. So that's the important. That's why I insist on this feature. We don't know the clear number, just total number of how much somebody folds doesn't mean many. It means decent amount. It means I would say like this. It is good to have it, but it will not gonna show you the whole picture because somebody will maybe just bluff catching small pots. Otherwise, somebody will maybe not even care about the small pots. So everybody plays this pot differently. There are guys that in the big pots, yeah, they will just call. They will not be afraid. Other guys will not ever gonna bluff catch like in like 200 blinds deep with the top pair on the shove on the river. Other guys will. So just and you will see like let's say number fold river 60%, but maybe he will fold river like 80% in a bigger pot. You want to know that how he plays this bigger pot because you're in the bigger pot and you want to ask what I want to do I want to bluff this guy, and clear number of total fold will not going to give you the whole picture. Total number will just say okay, fold of 60 50 60%. It's not going to mean a lot. You want to know exactly in the spot how much he folds. And I'm trying to actually go like this. The thing is here that if he's gonna have hand like a jack 10 and queen 10, he can easily bluff catch. And he reps a full house. We can also have easily pocket fives, for example, so it's not like he's basically repping 8, 9, and 8, 10. Let's actually see this. Yep, he's mostly repping 8, 9, and 8, 10. Or pocket fives. And guys, we're gonna go like this. We have 4, 5 off. And he c-bets 85%. So pocket trees are pretty much out to c-bet. We are still jamming like all the deuces, threes, sixes. We are still jamming all of these hands. He has a king X here. It's clear as that. Thing is, the guy will probably check. I'm gonna bluff this. We still have ace jack and ace queen. Yeah, I want to say the thing is that it seems to me that this guy will bet with the ace jack and ace queen and check behind it on the turn. That's the thing. What looks to me. That's the problem. And my size doesn't. I mean, I just did size because he's weak player. But generally, my size is bad. My size is really bad. I want to have like a big size and a size that is betting like an ace jack. And I don't think we're ace jack with the diamond or ace queen. Let's try to go with the check raise on the river. Let's go with the big size again. Let me see something. I'm gonna go not that big as before, like this. My size want to be like a block or a pot, or maybe even no better. But definitely my size is not good. I don't like it. And I'm gonna try to find a new one. Okay, found it. I don't like my size. And the thing is that the guys, this is the classic guy that will check ace jack and ace queen, and against him I shouldn't be bluffing. But I'm never winning a hand. That's the other thing. Never ever are we winning there. Ever. And we're gonna go to 12.5. This guy is unknown, probably fish. Guy, is this possible? This is the sixth time we are shot on a squeeze. How is that possible? Can anybody say to me? How? And I don't have aces, guys. I told you I need aces. I don't think we can really bet the king, queen there. I don't think we can really bet it. So our value bet range will be 2 pair. And if it's 2 pair, we're just gonna jam. If it's 2 pair plus, we're just gonna jam. Insane. So 6 time jammed on today. Again, it's a 3 bet or a squeeze. Just a jam. And we didn't have anything that we can call. The best thing we had was pocket sevens. Against a super neat guy that I would probably need to fold even pocket like jacks, probably. Which I wouldn't fold, but like pocket nines I'd probably be folding. So I didn't have ace king. I didn't have like ace queen suited. I didn't have pocket tens that I would snap. Yeah, really bad feeling when you get jammed on, and you don't have a hand to call. He used a big size here, guys. We have heavily range disadvantage. We 3-bet queen jack suited. We 3-bet all the sets, so we don't have set. We rarely have a straight. He has enormous range advantage. But we have now a lot of jack X hands. And here I would turn like a queen into bluff because I mean it's super good for us. So we're gonna bet 2/3. And I would turn like king into bluff. Basically, I would turn everything into bluff. On such a high card, such a high V card for us, we are calling Jack 7 off, Jack 8 off. I'm defending 70% of my range in the big blind. So I have a bunch of things, and I'm gonna call King 9. So I have a bunch of Jack X hand that he doesn't have, and I would turn like basically everything into bluff. But the size maybe we're too much. Maybe half pot is good. 10%, guys. 10% is enough. Why do I have a feeling we were gonna be bluff catch here? Why? Why do I have that feeling? Because we would. He can still check behind a queen on the. He bet in the three players. I will for sure snap there. On a diamond, I think we are decent to maybe get a fold because we're still gonna have a lot of one diamond hand like pocket sevens, eights, sixes. So actually on the diamond I would go like 1/3. But on this like complete queen, I would be just. And if I'm betting, I need to bet 2/3, because he can still also have queen X checking behind. Like he can check behind ace jack, he can check king queen. So I would need to bet like 2/3 on the river. Feel like this like clear feeling when you know you're gonna get called there. Clear as sky. Okay, let's try to find one more. And actually I have it. And I'm gonna go into it. Okay. What the guy had? What the guy had? King queen. Okay. I'm just gonna call if he's giving us such a nice odds, not such a nice odds, and he's tribet is like low, really low. King three, king jack. This guy is now, I think, clearly a fish. Checking back, and I folded here with this, and I think I'm gonna actually go half. A6. I'm gonna check behind. We will have like really disguised like a river if we hit, but now we just can't do anything. I'm gonna go 10. Clear call here. Tens can go either way on the flop. It can go as a check, or it can go as a bet. This turn is interesting because it completes a lot of his bluffs. I'm thinking now that he's like 6-8 or 8-9. He's for sure not shoving that. Now the river pop-up would be really nice. Rex in this line under bluff, like check raise, check raise, but now he's like, I feel like he's repping like a 6-9 mostly. Tens. Because he didn't overbet the turn, and he's orbit jamming the river, so I would say like he's mainly repping a 6-9 actually. Because if he's gonna have 4-6 there, I think he will or raise 4. I think he will just bet it to shove the river, to have a pot shove on the river. But now when he didn't, I feel like he's repping on the flop like 3s and 5 and 5-7, and he reps that on the turn. And suddenly, I don't think he's shoving like a orbit shoving like a 5-7. Even he can shove it, but it was just weird. I felt basically he reps like a 6-9, and he's gonna have a lot of gut shots there. And on this 8, he's gonna bluff a lot of them. Because 8 now is actually his bluffing range is like 8-9 also and 6-8, and that got there and he's not bluffing anymore with these hands. So actually he's saying he has a straight, and on the turn I think with the straight he will go like at least 20 something to have a pot shove on the river. So that's the reason. And with our right and this line actually it's not that check raise bet or bet shove is actually having bluffs. And again we are shoved on, guys. And I can't call. Seems like we are just everybody can just shove against us anytime, and we just can't do nothing about it. And actually, we had a decent hands. It's not that I use like a super bad hands and be surprised. This is his 5-bet versus call for kings. I don't see bluffs. Can I get the gem now, just to save my face? Can I get the gem now? And I'm gonna go with an orbit. What is this? The guy had top full house and he just called the river. What is going on? This is insane. With the queens, we can go bet, we can go check raise. I think both is okay. Let's go with the check raise. I'm going to give up in this. We're gonna be called. We're just jamming queens. We are just orbit jamming it. No need, no any sense in any other size than jam. We also see that he was stabbing a lot of middle pairs, and we're gonna have still bluffs here, and these middle pairs are the hands that we target because they are now in trouble. What you gonna do now with pocket eights, pocket nines, and we can still have like a flush draw there. So it's gonna be in a tough spot. And we saw that he's actually stabbing a lot of these hands, not falling to check raise. Like, okay, he stabbed here with the queens on the ace eight deuce. It's a middle pair, but we're gonna call king queen suited. Let the pop in. We're gonna three bet ace five off. This guy doesn't fold to three bet out of position 25 only, so we will little go with the size up. I'm gonna check behind here. Checking behind table number one. Okay, we're gonna check behind there, and now I'm gonna actually bet. We're gonna have a lot of hand like 9x, like a jack 9 that we're gonna check. Delayed C bet. Let me just see his delay C betting range just to have an idea. He rarely delay C bets. Okay, he should be having check range on the flop, so he can have a lot of strong hands. We're gonna go now with an overbet 5.8. I'm gonna jam, guys, because he never has an ace jack there, so I'm just gonna be jamming. We have an ace jack, he never has it. It's a heads up, he always needs to three bet it. And the meta game is like this, like we have some dynamics going on, so I think it's actually a nice play. I'm gonna go raise, fold. I've just shove. I think just shove there. This guy folds river enormously. Like after call turn, he folds everything to no bets. Insane. Let's see now with the small pot. Look at this. To no bet in the small pot, in a medium pot. Okay, he actually now has some calls, but it was basically the nuts only. Into big, into big, he folds everything. Into when it's little bigger, he just folds everything to bigger sizes. So definitely keeping that in mind. So I would say, look, this will be his strategy. He will call there an ace x or basically two pair, and he will just fold everything that is not the straight on the river. So against him, where he will lack a straights, he will rarely have it. I think when he bets there the turn, we can just raise really a lot of draws and just jam it on the river. This guy is not gonna bluff catch when it's playing for. We see that when he's playing for 100 blinds, so 200 blind pot, he's not gonna bluff catch in these situations. So we want to take advantage of that, guys, and bluff him. That's why I like this option. The river starts just a clear number. I'm not gonna show you the picture. You see like 50, 60, but when you see like after call turn, after bet turn, where you see okay, let's see how much he actually folds after any line. Let's see after the turn was checked or the flop was checked, how he defends that part of the range. That's the crucial there. let's see what happened there. He called a small blind against the fish. This is like easy call against the fish, really easy on that board. So he's having a cold call range on a small blind. I see people have it, and I don't advise it. You will always be capped and good opponent. When I'm playing against the guys that have a call range in a small blind, I'm just gonna put them in so much misery on the like Broadway boards, where I will be like I did jam here with the Ace Jack. The pot will be like 15, 16 blind. I'm gonna jam 90, and I'm gonna bluff everything, because they will just lack on like they will like straights, they will like two pairs, they will like everything on like this any high board, any ace xx board, king xx, queen xx, jack xx. Basically all they're running good is on the low boards, because they have this all the pocket pairs that hits well because it's condensed range that is narrow and it hits these low boards really frequently, and it's really easy to play. You're gonna basically check range in many spots on these low boards. You're gonna check with your aces, kings, queen, like all the over pairs in these situations, and just start to playing on the turn. Yeah, we're gonna bet with the jack eight, double gut shot board that is heavily good for us. Again, we'll just immediately bet. We're gonna go 21.8. We have jack eight off in the range, so crushing the board. We have 6-8 off in the range. He will not be able to do nothing about it. We'll just now go with the jam. We saw, guys, that he's folding everything. We'll see now if we'll fold everything against me. If I'm having jack 6, guys, I'm repicking again. We saw that he's folding everything, and he is. You see, it will be it will be reliable when you see this. We saw that he's now we say, okay, we saw that he's folding everything, and you go with the orbit jam. Yes, because I don't care. I'm playing my range, and I'm gonna have jack 6 here, and I'm gonna rip jack 16. So I don't care about jack 8 now. I'm gonna have like jack 4. I'm gonna have jack 6. I'm gonna have uh, hand like a king 8 of hearts. I'm gonna have hand like a king 6 with a king of hearts. So I just don't care about this. I'm gonna have plenty of bluffs because I know the guy overfolds in the bigger pots everything on the river to unshove. He's capped, we are uncapped, we have 6-8 off, we have jack 8 off. It's really a lot of combinations. 32 combinations of nuts that we're gonna have, and he will not have. King jack off, we can also play like this. And he will not gonna call king jack on the flop, two thirds. So yeah, easy game, and we want, it's not important that we had nuts now and we didn't get paid. uh, our bluffs will compensate on it, but we will still bluff really a lot. And when we have nuts, we just can't go now like two-thirds of the pot now in the spot where he's super capped and we are uncapped and we are polar and we are saying we have the straight. There's no sense in going two-thirds on the river. We have to jam. We just have to jam, and we need to put all the bluffs possible there, and that's the key. Put all the possible bluffs and don't care when you have the nuts. You have the nuts, you're not gonna get paid. Okay, your bluffs will compensate and get. We're gonna just do that. In poker, everything is about in the range versus range interaction. All the keys are in there, and you will not make money with your hands. You will if you're only playing your hands. And most of people are playing just their hands, and they will not gonna make money out of the range. But good players make money out of the range, and in this spot your range will make you the money. Your range, strength of your range will gonna give you the profit in this spot, especially against a guy that will fold everything. And there you even more exploitively you want to be bluffing everything. You see, he called the overbet there. He has at least like on the river, at least he has an overpair, and he like folded. You know, at least he has an overpair. He can be maybe even stronger than that. You know, probably two pair. So when he calls here the overbet on the turn, he at least has an overpair, and we make them fold the overpair. That's like huge. And if you know that, and we can see in the river bet pop up, especially against this in this stack, that he's folding everything. Yeah, it's super good to know that, and we can use that into our advantage. We're gonna bet king queen, and we're gonna bet small there. Five, so you're gonna check. Checking. Blocking. Running into the jack. The problem that I see a lot of guys have, they just want to get paid when they have the hand, and this is like all they think about. Just I have a hand, I want to get paid. They don't think about the range. You know, will my range in this spot be good? Do I need to defend my range? Or they just have a hand, I want to get paid, and I want to play the hand based on what I have in my hand, and that's the by that way, everybody of these players have a low red line. They're depending on the run. And I'm going to actually show you my current run. In last like 2 weeks, guys, I've been like 30 binds below EV. And in all of these sessions that I was losing everything, that I was having crazy setups where I run ace king suited into aces more than 10 times, I still won. And the sessions were terrible. I was losing everything. So because I don't make money out of the hands I have, we're gonna check the turn. The jack is way better than him. For him, he's a fish. He's gonna have like all of this. Fold the river, and we're gonna raise big here. When he bets like this, we're gonna just raise big. To me, it looks like, and now we don't see any value that we get for. If he's getting kind of like a pocket sixes, the bet and call it check raise, we're just checking to make him like bluff these hands. And we are of course never folding. He can still have all the 9-10, king 10, a pocket pair, a pocket pair, turn it into bluff now. And so why wouldn't he bet 40, for example, with a queen? We look like we have a jack, guys. He's spewy, so easy call. He lose value. The size half pot there. Then you're saying you have a queen, and you're probably against the jack. So you have a full. You're against a full house. Why are you going half pot? You know why you're going half pot? No sense in that. We're gonna go pot here, and we're gonna go over bet here. And jam. Mm, he three bets. The guy folded with jacks. Okay. Showed us the jacks. We're gonna bet. I think we're gonna have on the big blind most of the two pair hands and top pair and straights. And yeah, I'm gonna go with an overbet here also and calling with the ace 4. Nah. I don't think we're good, guys, ever. He bets 91% in the 3-bet pots and he checks king 7-4. I don't think we are ever good there. Let's see here after he. Bet check bet here, guys. 41% generally. Generally, he just really bets this line on the ace XX boards. So he's checking something around ace 10 to bet it on the river. Let's see his bet fold after checking turning position. Bet fold 50. He generally bet folds a lot, and our hand, it's not that bad as a check raise on the river, guys. We just look insanely strong if we do it. And block, for example, ace queen or ace king that can play, that can like easy call this raise. Calling the flop. We don't have heart, but against the fish we will gonna call the flop. I don't think he has ever overpaired with this size. So he's gonna have like some sick 10x or nothing. Okay, we probably will bet the ace king with that size. Like some weird 9, like a 8-10. They would like he's on the. He's not that passive. Can play like this to bluff catch on the river, but he's not gonna ever bet an overpair like this. So based on the preflop size, he can have aces, kings, but based on the turn, generally fish their plays with this size. Pocket trees is just gonna check, trying to see a showdown with it. Flop we can sometimes stab like 3s and 4s. It's better to check with like 6 and 7s. Actually, I think like 3s I should have been betting. Yep, I think I should have bet actually. The guy had pocket 6s. He had us beat 55% of range. He folds 50%, so he's not that floaty. Let's see. We don't have what here we can see what hands he floated, how much he folds versus the hero. And okay. Ace 9. What happened with the ace jack and ace 6? It was near. It was check, check, check. Okay. 4, 5 off, ace 9 off. Three hours, 20 minutes. I told you guys we're gonna have a long session today, from the beginning till the end. I actually think there is a lot of decent, interesting spots, so I don't think you will be bored. Also the players today are really nice to play against. We don't have any good reg at the table, no purple one. So we are mostly playing against needs, fish, and weak, weak regs, and that's better than like these green fishes when you when you have a bunch of them on tables. They can be tricky. They can be a lot harder to play than like regs, normal regs. because regs are predictable. You know what you can expect, but against these guys, the green ones, you never know what you're gonna expect. You can just expect like anything, and you need to find their logic. Try to understand their logic. It's not easy. Nothing we can do with queen jack suited and call. This guy called call, so to me it looks like some pocket pair, probably call 3-bet. Tens, queen 9. I'm gonna actually go with the raise here. With a small raise, like with the king 10 hand, like a queen 10. To fold out or put in trouble these pairs. Because now when we open and this guy 3-bets and this guy calls, we're just gonna call like ace 10 off with this odds or king 10 off, queen. So we're gonna have a bunch of 10x when we think about our range now. When we go from 2.5 to 4 to 4, we need to give 1.5, so we're gonna call everything. This is interesting. Look at his fold versus turn. I think I'll just go. I'm gonna just go bomb here. 30.6. We are repping queen 10 and we have queen 10 off. Think going for 3x is way to go. Table number 1. Multi-way. How the pot is 11? Not sure. How the pot is that big? This is the turn he's gonna check really a lot. And just the block river. Let's see the hand, guys, because I'm not sure what happened. Okay, we have a multi-way pot. So the guy only called with the ace king on the small blind. Let everybody in, then check raise. This guy goes with this 3-bet on the flop. Insane. And you see that this guy is actually capable of folding, so we're gonna just use that and raise big here. This guy is actually capable of folding to this line, we're just gonna fold. And we're just gonna call with the 8-9. If we face a block on the river, we have a pretty disguised raise against this size. I think he would overbet with the flush for what I remember. Step turn bet river. I know he has in this also. You see, like this is step turn bet river. He's having in the step turn bet river. He doesn't have an overbet range, so he puts everything. His nuts hands are in this 2/3 size, so we can only call with 8-9 because he's actually wrapping with this 2/3 size. He's wrapping still strong because his like value range is that size. He doesn't have an overbet range in this spot, and we can just make a call because his value bet range will be better than our hand. That's the problem. And then we just can't go with it. So for example, if I'm seeing there that he has divided his range in the spots where he's gonna be over betting a lot, then it's like much different because now he can easily value bet hand like a queen jack and king jack with this size and just put like straights into the other side, but this will not actually be happening here, so we can only be calling. Okay, let's see this hand. I think nines are perfect sense. I think I just called. I mean, he has easy 3 bet. Okay, now doesn't have much sense. Think with nines you want to bluff catch basically. I don't think you're beating the value range. Maybe with this size, the guy can bet with 7x. Okay, and I understand his logic. He wants to go to a showdown with nines. He feels he's beating 7x, that this guy can easily bet with small size on the flop and small size on the turn. So he wants to go to a cheap showdown. He feels this guy is not bluffing, to that he can get like value from nines as a bluff catch, and he thinks he can just get more value with the 7x. That's gonna probably check behind. So has logic what he did. It has logic. He knows that he will not gonna be raised against a fish. If his fish has a jack X, it will be mainly calling, probably not gonna be bluff raised at all. So that was his logic in this situation, and it has sense. But the pocket nines there are, I think, clear, 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 clear. 3 bet or squeeze. Queen jack off. Okay. 9-10. Hmm. I need to have a quick bedroom break, and we will still continue. Still want to play. I think we can actually do it quick now. After this hand, if we don't get anything playable, and we get something playable. We can now call or three bet, but we can let pop in it. Now we don't care. We can do nothing now. And if you don't have a hand there, I can fold and fold here, and we get pocket nines. Like somebody is doing it on purpose, giving us such a good hands that we can make a bedroom break. It's now, it's opportunity. If we don't get this, I will not open ace-5 that I'm usually opening. Okay, we have opportunity now, guys. Okay, guys, I know that we get at least one on one table aces. Here, okay, and then it was probably here. Okay, we didn't get it. So we didn't lose nothing. We're gonna keep going, guys. We're gonna keep going. Games are good. We are playing good. I feel good. Tomorrow I will actually be not playing. I will be having a big study session. So if you join my Discord, you can study with me also. And in Saturday, I'm going. My friend is getting married, so he has a bachelor party, so I'm not gonna be here. And in Sunday, VCP is starting, and I will maybe be playing if I will be able, if I will be in a right state of body and mind, I will be playing. So this is basically my last session of the week. So let's try to make it the best we can. Queen 10 suited. I'm gonna go with raise of the ace king. This guy donks a bunch of low pockets, middle pair, top pair, trash, draw. I'm gonna actually go with an overbet here, guys. This guy is capable of making faults. Went to short on 25. I don't think he has a text. Let's see here if he's gonna call there. Actually, he doesn't fold in big pots. Maybe he can also have an 8. Look at this. He called there tens. If we shove, I think we need to bet with the normal size. If you're bluffing. He's having a queen. I think he's gonna always have a queen, but I'm not sure. Maybe he can have an 8 played like this. That's the thing. We saw that he's like donking all of this like low pair, middle pair. But when we overbet, I think he actually tanked a lot. That's the confusing part. He did tank a lot. And when he's tanking a lot, I mean, you don't have to tank with the queen jack. You need to call this hand always. King 10, we're gonna check raise. We're on the ace xx using polar strategy, so we are using a bigger size. We have clear call here, 40%, and we get there, but it's not gonna be good. We had 40% equity. Generally, again, we will do better against an ace queen. And I'll actually make a read there that he did immediately jam this. Because if he's immediately jamming when he's calling, his range will be weaker. So we're just gonna write that down. We're calling to this size. Always he had kings. He used, look at this actually, he used small, so he had king 8 off. Aces, he bet half. Overpair he bet really big, so I think we can actually raise there. Because the overpair, I think he pays, think he would just bet it big. We're gonna go half. We're gonna jam the river. He looks to pocket like hand like a pocket tens. Snap call on the turn, smaller size on the flop. Looks like a pocket tens. I don't think he will call pocket tens. I mean, with 10 you block everything, every bluff. So I don't think he will call pocket tens. And let me write this read that we had. So this guy's calling pocket eights, pocket nines. Some ace five, okay. 7.5. I will write this read. This is super good because he don't have deuces and threes in the range on the UTG, so it's really good. We're gonna bomb the turn and shove the river. Okay, we write the read. We raise the river, get called by ace 10, which is great. I'm still thinking about this ace king. On the brick, I would shove, but this 8, this tanking on the turn, really. Generally, I felt he's gonna fold 8. But when he tanked that much, I felt like he's thinking I can have this 8. And we actually block an ace 8 and a king 8. And like a queen jack is poor call, you block like jack 10, queen 9. I think it would work even on the like in the this type of the pots. He actually bluff catch with, see, he bluff catch with tens there against an orbit shove, so maybe it's not the best idea. But his stab range is such a trashy stab range, donk range, I apologize, such full of trashy middle pair hand that I had to raise. I play my ace king in this spot like I would play aces or kings, like I would play aces, kings, king queen, ace queen, just immediately raise. So I put it the ace. So my win range is like ace queen, aces and kings. So bluffing with the ace king actually has a lot of sense, especially against a range full of like middle pair, weak top pairs, trash. So raise or bet the turn. You still want to orbit all of these hands, but if he didn't tank that much, I would be jamming the river on the 8 because I would felt he would like he thought about the does he want to fold maybe queen jack. That's the thing that he was thinking about. We would have profitable bluff then. Maybe he would also call based on the HUD he actually called these spots. But I feel like we're again jammed on. I think we were from our opening or three betting we were jammed on over 10 times today. One time I want to three bet and they jam and I have queens. Don't need the aces, give me the queens. Okay, we have queens. Okay, if this guy will not be jamming, we are too deep, but I'm gonna bet small there. Let's see how he defends after check check. And actually here I'm gonna go with an or bet. Because these lines he actually folds. So we don't trap much, I know. Insane. He actually has a flush here. Probably the king. I'm gonna actually check queens. This guy will be in a tough spot now when this guy stabs. Okay, now it's not. I'll be just jamming now. I just feel the guy has an ace. And he doesn't. Wow. It's a multi-way pot. He called the flop C bet. He's stabbing into three players and snap folds. I like the check. You know why? Because now this guy is in trouble. When we check and this guy stabs, this guy now is in trouble. But probably should have slow played. But I did slow play against him, and he then checked back. He had queen 10 on that spot where the board was 10 deuce 5. He had a queen 10. I had pocket 10s when I checked and check all the turn, and the river was jack, and he just checked behind with the queen 10. So it can happen that he will just check behind hand like ace 10. The river can be like three of hearts, and he can check behind, I don't know, like ace 5. So we definitely, I think, I just gave him the credit to actually have the hand there. And the guy was bluffing. And this guy is killing us. Yep, I know the orbit on the river shouldn't be there. Generally, I don't think our range wants to be orbiting. But against like he's folding that much in this situation, so I think we'll just fold him out of like the low ace X that check behind. We'll fold him out of the king, and he will rarely have a flush. I mean, even like Ken, like king 5 of spades wants to be, he can just bet this, and this is bigger size here. What is going on here, guys? He's overbetting on the 8, which is one of the worst cards he can have. And he overbets on that. Like, it's really bad card for him. He didn't overbet at all. What is happening this? There's a block with the 10 we block. Okay. Think on the 8, he shouldn't be overbetting kings. But if he's doing that, we need to attack his normal size. Like 8, 7 are one of the worst cards for him. He should be actually even checking kings, and he's overbetting it. Because now we basically always have something. Guys, that's more than 10 times now. And I don't have any, like, I don't have any time when they did that thing they did. I don't have hand to call. Frustrating. Super frustrating, yep. 6%. Actually, against tighter range, I don't mind even call these pocket pairs. Uh, Mixing a call and a fold. He's going a little more than a 3x, so we're still calling. Against 6%, there's going to be 9s plus. So it's going to be 9s, 10s, jacks. He's going to check back 9s, 10s, and jacks probably here. Maybe 9s and 10s he'll bet, but jacks I think he'll be checking back. Now also the hands like a jack 10 and king jack also go there. Hand is a check fold, guys, still. Still check fold on the river. I think he'll bluff now with him like an ace king. This guy, I don't think he will be bluffing it. This size is most under bluff size, especially again after the check. I'm gonna go with quickly fold and that's it. Let's just take a look at this size. After check check turn in position. See, like he will always really bet with this size, never bluff. Pool analysis show that they don't bluff with this size ever. There are no fold equity, especially in position. Our pocket fours is gonna be fold. And this spot we need to be smart and also check behind some queens, because just be aware how our range looks like. That our range has a lot of these pocket pairs that are checking the river, so we need to be clever in this spot. Put also queens into check range, check on the river, some queen X, and just then do raises, and we can also raise with some pocket pairs, but play like this. I just think play like this with this size, with this line. I think it's easy fold. Let's see his bet fold. I want to know his bet fold. Okay, his bet fold is really low. He doesn't bet fold at all. Wow, that's so you see how it would be good. And if I'm having a queen, guys, I'm jamming the river. Basically, we're jamming the river. I don't think there's any other size because our raising range is a queen, and if we rep a queen, we have a full house, and if we have a full house, we are basically against a range that's gonna probably not gonna have contain a queen, and I'm gonna call with the backdoors. Let's try, guys. We're gonna have a bunch of six. We just have to orbit, guys. Repping a good old six against a guy that crushed us till now. And he has a 5-6. The good thing is that he tanked, guys. That's the good thing. So he tanked. That means he would fold. You see, like he now has a 5-6 where he steps, he now checks in the other spot with a queen jack. When the 8 comes, he had a queen. He actually tanked here. So I think against him we just have to bluff, guys. I think he will be folding there. He did tank, and when the fish tanks with the trips there, that's indication. I should have bluffed this ace king. I'm not mad about his call now. He had a 6, okay. And we're gonna have a bunch of 6x hands. So sneaky check, okay. Sneaky check on the turn. Okay, let's see his step and check. We're gonna bet like this. So the guy crushed us. Why is this everybody short? What is going on? I'm gonna immediately find a wait list and the new table. And the crazy thing is that we are the only one who will bluff this guy on this table. Hmm. I will immediately leave this, and we have another one ready. So okay. I still think it's okay. On the river, we just have to 2x. There's no other way. Like shower 2x. We are raping a 6, but I think like 2x is good. We can just like 2x any 6. And he just has a 6 in this situation. So no king 8, for example. Just a 6 that donked the flop and checked the turn. We need to be aware that he donked and checked with the trips. So we'll take that into account. Let's see here. I'm thinking we're gonna go slightly overbet and slightly overbet the river. I think we're gonna play it like this. Checking. This table will be broken here. We're gonna call because of the semi. Call the river. He's a trapper, it seems. Seems this guy is a trapper. He check behinds. You see, like he's checking behind with the queen 10 there, and he now checks the river on a flush. This is his fold versus river. Still call, but he did get all the strong hands. So his like bluff catching is like all the basically top pairs plus. So he actually just got this really strong hands. If he did thought about it on the river, I think the guy is capable of folding for sure. We have the new table ready and we will go into it. Ace king is clear check. Guy that traps pretty much 5. And it's nice. We also want to bluff catch with the ace and a king because he shouldn't be bluffing with a king. And that's why it's good to have a king. So we'll always call this. Really, really interesting. So he checks with the queen 10 multi-way in position. So we just have to keep in mind that he will be trapping, and whenever he is in his spot where there is a sense to trap, when he bets, we can just count out the value combinations. That's a really important thing actually, because if he is, we see like he did have trips now and he checked it, and he bet the flop. So when he has that spot and when he donks and the turn brings trips and he bets, he will probably checking the trips based on from what we see that he is trap happy. So that's always want to keep that in mind. I'm gonna check with the a6. I don't mind with the check raise here. Ace 10, ace 10 on the ace 4 6. You see how the game is a lot more interesting when you have a player like this. We now need to figure him out, and it's not gonna be. We are just trying to get puzzle out of puzzle. Now we see that his bluff catching is basically all of the good hands. So this guy, I bet he is fold happy that he can make fold. So we will now try to, when we're in the spots, we will be trying to fold him out, guys, because this guy is capable of folding for sure. He thought about really good, really long amount of time to call with trips in a spot where like yeah, I mean you have the trips, you know what you're gonna do. You're always gonna call it. Yes, you're bluff catching with it, but you have the trips, and I'm wrapping the trips, and you have it. So it's really unlikely I have it also. What happened there? Let's see how he played queen 5. Queen 5 bet small. So you see like he's betting smaller. This guy only calls with queen 7. So he bets smaller with this type of hands that we also have to keep in mind. And I think we will ISO jack 10 suited. Betting big with the king 10. We'll go 10 there. Gonna go small on ace 4 9. Checking back and check. Good old ace queen. Everybody's trapping against us. What is going on? Cutoff versus small blind. 14%. This guy actually has, if he's having called 3-bet range 14%, he's gonna have fours, he's gonna have threes, fives. So here we're gonna do more checking on ace 3 5. And he goes with the stab. Let's see his stab range. And 3 bets draw plus pair. Tens are clear call. The bad thing is that his bluffs will be a lot of deuces and fours. If he bets on the turn, we are folding. This size is super weird. Like he's saying he has an ace jack or ace queen. But this size when he's using, he has it. So I'd say he actually has what he reps pretty much. Really low aggression. I don't think he's gonna do having queen jack of diamonds and play it like this. But still I'm calling jacks and queens because we actually block the ace jack and ace queen that are mainly playing like this. Pocket tens I'll be folding. Because the guy is also super passive. And against him I'll be folding. This guy actually calls like 60% of hands. He's gonna have like many shitty hands. And we're gonna go to 21 or 20. Guy 6.5. King jack ace king. Here he will squeeze for sure eights and nines and tens and ace jack and king queen because of the fish. We will not be calling pocket jacks here. .5 button versus early seems 12%. That's a lot. Ace 10 off in the range. Okay, we'll go 20.5. Calling a jam. He folded to 4-bet, and we run into the kings, and we get lucky for the first time today. And we're gonna go again. We are having a clear 4-bet call, especially when we see like ace 10 there, ace 10 off in the range. Four bet with ace king suited. Small size again. We see a no equity hand, so ace 9 I think we don't need to bluff. I would bluff hand like a queen 10, queen jack, a 9 10 of clubs. This type I would do, but I think here we can just call. He hits the jack 10 and don't value bet. He doesn't value bet a 10 on the river. So he bluffs with it, doesn't value bet. I would say the guy's on the river passive. Is he putting a bluffs? Let's see. He bluffed with the 3-6. But the line is it was a small pot, so that is his only bluff. Out of position still king 5. Smaller pot, half pot. So he's bluffing with the smaller sizes. Actually, and he did bluff few times. In the smaller sizes, in the smaller pots. Let's see, in a big pot, did you ever put a bluff? Ace high. He bluffed with the ace 10 in the medium pot. He He bet king 7-7, bet on the none and bet on the 5 with again, but he again used the 40% on the river. So the guy, he's like, I think he's the type of player on the river. His bluffs will be around 40%. He will not gonna ever put put it in as a bluff. It seems like it seems that he's actually passive. You know, you see aggression numbers, but actually, based on how he plays, he only plays aggressive with his value hands, and when he's actually bluffing, he's only doing 40%. He doesn't really bet in. Now we have a little more information. So I think we are ready for battle. I guess the guy can fold. Don't bluff. Don't really bet in. Okay. Pocket fives. Let's see what happened there. Called. Extender called the flop. He turned the fives into bluff. Yeah, he played it good. Bigger size with tens. Tens need a lot of protection. We want him immediately to fold hand like a jack 9, queen, jack, for example. King jack, so we're gonna bet immediately big. This guy is a fish also. Look at this size. These calls, donks, check, like raises, whatever that is. Calling with ace 10. Come on, Poppin, let's join in. You just can't miss a party. We have a better table. This guy's only 40 blinds. Can actually leave this one. Here the fish has more. We're calling only with ace 10. On a 10 he should be really aggressive. He should be basically betting it pretty often. We have clear call. I like the size that he uses. He's like 10% nines, probably eights plus. I think with ace king he has showdown value actually. This guy is passive on the rivers. Uh, Close. Actually, with the ace 10 of spade, I think the call is not bad. We block aces, kings, king, queen, ace, queen. We actually block a lot. And just the check with queens. I just forbetted because it's forbetting. It's forbetting also sometimes calling 3-bet. I want to also play a bigger pot with a jack, but not an all-in pot, we can call that. Against this guy. Just another slap into our face. You see, guys, there is a session like this where you're just getting slapped all over it. but we are keeping positive attitude. We are getting slapped. We made a few misplays, maybe. I'm mad I didn't shove that ace king. That would worked. Even if I'm getting called by his queen jack, I'm okay with it. If he just didn't tank. And here we're gonna go with an orbit. And call here with the 7-8. I think we need to lead here actually. I think we actually need to lead here. He will be checking behind pretty often. We need to pot here. One check behind. If we're gonna have a full house or like 3s and 4s, I can still check and jam river, but and also if we bet and get jam, yeah, if I'm betting we get jam, we're just calling, so I think it's basically okay. We're just gonna bet small, like we have like pocket 5s, basically pocket 6s, 4x. Try to fold him out of floats like a king 5, king 9, king 8, ace x. I'm just thinking about this hand. I want to check behind. If I'm betting, I need to go. If I'm betting, I'm going all in basically to fold him out of the ace x hands. I think he has like many pairs basically. He we block 7s, 8s. I don't think. I mean, he can have it in call range, probably even 10s or 9s. We block 7s. Actually, our hand is decent. We block these 7s and 8s. Actually, our hand is not bad. As it's just going bet, turn big and going all in, basically. We're gonna go for we just keep fighting, guys. There's no other way around it. Over 4 hours, still alive, still full of will, of enthusiasm, getting ass kicked, getting shoved more than 10 times. This is like a boxing match where we've fallen like 5 times. We still make some few punches, but getting knocked down a couple of times. And now we are trying to get back, trying to get some momentum, some hands. Trying to get to play with him. He won everything against us, basically, every hand. I'm still mad I didn't shove ace king. If he didn't tank, I would shove. If he didn't tank that much. But now actually I think we have a, if he tanked that much with queen, he considering to fold it. He tanked really much with trips, so he considered to fold in code. So that means he is able to fold. That means we want to bluff the guy. But he's just getting everything, like any nuts, just getting it. He's just not aggressive. He's just getting hands. and people are just calling him. Let's see how he played the hand. Limp ace 8, bet, half pot river. Okay. With values, he's also like he's with value. He's also like uh, not betting. I mean, maybe he's afraid. Like, I mean, the fives got there, so he's maybe afraid. I want to see like on a complete break. Even the five is like nothing in this range. There's no five. He's never gonna ever gonna have five. But we saw that he's still bluffing with the lower size, like 30, 40%, one third, 40%. Delay really, really heavy. Can I three bet and somebody jam, please, so I can call? Just, just to save my face. Can I get a jam, please? Everybody jam on me. I folded to everybody. You can do it also. No. On ace jack 8 two-tone, guys, we are polarized. We are using 82% mostly, and we check a bunch. We're gonna check basically always with kings. Let's see, he's checking behind range. Checking behind. Check versus me, see bet 57%. And we see some top pairs. He actually checked behind king queen against me. Kings are called on the turn. The thing is, we're gonna mostly have a pair with heart. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna turn kings into bluff here. We're gonna mostly have like queens, kings, tens with heart here. So I'm gonna actually turn kings without the heart into a bluff. I think, and he calls. It's insane. I mean, I think this would fall to like anybody. He would fall to anybody, and he calls me. Maybe I should have gone half pot. Let's see after. He actually folds to donk on the river like 67. He folded it like basically to one to block bet. He folded every time. Such insane. I mean, just think about our range. We have nines with a heart. We have tens with a heart. We have a jacks with a heart. We have a queens with a heart. We have kings with a heart. Basically, we mostly have it with heart. And like I think all of the nines, tens, queens want to bet with the block, and I put it in the block, and it didn't go well. He calls with the ace three, and I think we are mostly against an ace x play like this. And he folded like this line is super value heavy, and we have like I just have to put kings there, guys. I think when I just see how much value I have this, and I mostly have this medium strength uh, flushes. That's why the block has the most sense. So we mostly have 10, 9 of hearts, 10 of hearts, queen of hearts. Maybe then with bluffing with kings, I want to bet bigger the kings. Let's see what happened with the ace queen. And the guy actually, I think he will be good only against, if anybody in a pool plays like this, he will be good only against me. This guy puts it to this size, around 10%. Can actually fall to this size. And this like delay with the pot. I don't see anybody bluff here ever. Because you know what you want to turn into bluff? Like, do you want to turn ace x into bluff? Or like, so what you gonna do? Like, you're gonna turn what? Like, queen jack of diamonds into it? We're gonna bet with 9-10. Really hard that anybody's bluffing here. And I really think it's a really good spot for doing it. He will be check backing a lot of ace x hands. He's gonna have a lot of ace x without, because like ace jack and ace queen, if he's having a queen or jack blocker, it's like betting the flop, stabbing the flop really often. So he's basically with that smaller size of the turn, he reps like a medium ace x, and he just can't have a flush then. Maybe I should have actually just. Maybe I actually just should have bet it bigger. It's also a thing. Let's see what happened here with the. I actually got called. Okay, we see the guy jammed with the ace king with the blocker. He jammed. Really, really sick. Yeah, but sometimes it's just like this. I think it was a really creative play actually, and I like it. And I also think really underbluffed based on the pool. Really, like, really, really underbluffed. Hmm. And it didn't go. We didn't succeed in it. We just have bad image. We are bad imagers. We are like that smartphone cameras from 2003, like three megapixels. That's us, like 1 megapixel. That is our image. He's betting 73%. That means he's gonna bet a bunch of hands like ace jack, ace queen, ace five. Ace three. The guy gave up with queen nine. This table will be breaking probably. We actually have the new one ready. We'll see if somebody will come. Yeah, if you want to break, I'm just gonna leave. These two guys are not gonna play heads up. And we actually had luck that we have it on the wait list immediately to get in. So we are in. 5x ISO. We got 3-betted. Let me quickly see what I have on the guy. Okay, nice. And let's see the range. Cutoff versus middle. Against us 16%. Ah, that means even king 9 suited, queen 9, ace jack off, king queen off, suited connectors, pretty wide range. We're gonna go 3-bet on table number 4. I'm gonna raise. I'm gonna check all with this. And he hits the 10 on the river. We're still calling against him. He's give up in rivers a lot, and he can also bluff without equity here. And we also beat him like an ace 10. He had 5-6. You see, he didn't bluff with the 6 high. And the table breaks, guys. We are going home with a big L. The guy is leaving. The guy slapped us a couple of times right in the face. Give to others and just left. We are going with the L. Let's see how he played the hand. Okay, and let's do like this. We are going away with a big fat L. Unfortunately. Let's see how he played this. Ace queen call. I just want to see the hand. Calls with the king queen. And it calls here with the king queen. Okay. I'm gonna go big raise here. And we're gonna go again big raise. How are we gonna go jam? He folds. We will need to add ourselves on the wait list on these short tables because out there everybody's in these short tables. We want to bluff here like a 10, 10, 6, 10, 5, queen 5, this type of hands, queen 7, we're just gonna give up. And we're gonna go one more table in. We're gonna go in zoom, guys. One zoom. I think we'll just bet like we have an ace, like 2/3. And do it with 12.5 here. Big fat L. And the guy left. Unfortunately, we will not get opportunity to do something. unfortunately. They're doing around 40 to 50 C bet, so we're gonna do a lot of checking. Jack 10 is call. We're gonna go delay like 1/3 actually. They have poor checking ranges. And now I think we can also go with the 2/3. I think we rep okay. This size is weird, guys. I can actually call the size is weird. And we're gonna donk 1/3. I think this is also delay c-bet and bet river. It's also still under bluff. We're just taking his like pairs with spade to fold, like pocket fours, sixes, and like a 7-8 or 8-9. Now it works, guys. When we have it, it works. Poo, poo, poo. Now it works, the donk on the river. Suddenly it works. But when we have like million of value combinations and nobody ever bluffs that spot, that doesn't work. We'll get called with ace 3. Turn size is weird. But he reps with the turn. He's really betting ace queen. Okay. Has sense. Has sense. He played it nice. And this guy is so tight. So tight. And I need to go all in 40 blinds. And the guy is super, super tight. Hmm. Okay. We are never in a good shape, but it's only 40 blinds. He's gonna have jacks, he's gonna have tens, he's gonna have probably also ace queen. I mean, we just have to go with the hand. There's no other thing we can do. What a what a sick session today. Today, guys, is the session that I got shout on the most in my life. And I didn't have a one time a hand that I can call with. And I'm not asking much in that spot, but the best thing we had was pocket sevens, and the second best was, I think, ace 10. Probably from Belarus. Like how much? 13 time, guys. Like this is 13 or maybe even 14. If it's not tragic, it would be funny. Tables are starting to break. Tables are starting to break. It is almost 5 a.m. It's hard to go out with the L. We're again against a big, big fish. I mean, it really looks, it really looks that he has an ace. I have to admit. And we can also potentially, and this is the zoom. If I knew it was a zoom, I would fold. Okay, the zoom is here. We're gonna put zoom up. Guys, you know what will happen? We're gonna be jammed on. We're gonna be jammed on. And I have to fold. Okay, the guy called. 8-9 jack. We're gonna go small. The good thing is that we didn't get jammed on. That's the only good thing. And I have the new table ready. That's also good. So there is still hope. Okay. King, jack. Okay. Fold here. We're gonna go small. Folding. 5-7. We're gonna open. Calling with the 5-7 suited. King, queen. Pretty weird to check king, queen, queen. He never check folds. Tens and jacks can check the flop. I don't think I don't trap anything basically. I don't see like any jack that is checking. So I don't think we rep nothing, guys. Check raising, we call 4.8. I want to see a 3-bit range. Big blind versus button 7%. If the guy jams, it's gonna be sick. It's gonna be sick. Oh, he looks like he hit the queen. I'm gonna go small. Just to give him the chance. Nothing. If he's gonna have like queen 10, just to give them the chance to bluff catch or shove as bluff. and we actually get the bad river, we would get it in. Eight, nine of. What you want to do? Gonna go small. A lot of pairs we want to bet, so just mix in trips sometimes. It's also good. King 6. I'm gonna open against this guy. We are 4 max. 6-10. We're gonna open Queen Jack also, Queen Jack also, and pocket trees fold. Probably against the fish, so we're gonna bet. We don't like this like 4 5s. And I'm just gonna go with an over bet because they're like checking behind range is weak, so he's gonna be like a pair at best and ace high, so we're gonna just go in an orbit with the queen of hearts also. King 9 we're not gonna do. We can open King 9 against open, we're folding. Table number 2 fold. Jack 10. Jack 10 we're gonna open. This guy is a fish, he plays 57-21 based on what I see. I think we can just label him immediately. We can just label him immediately. Pocket trees. Queen 7-5. We're probably against the range of button, maybe even wider. You see he's calling 67%. So betting here. Really passive, we're just gonna give him the credit. Checking behind 8-10. You see, like, we want to have some top pairs in a checking range, not always stabbing it. And now against the double check, we can go small. Basically, we can really bet now any pair. Check, 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 fold. He don't do it. Check, 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 call. 2 out of 2 times, but he folds now. Jack 4, Jack 7 fold, Jack 4 fold, 6 7 fold. So we fold it. 8 9 off. We're folding 5 9 6. We're gonna do a lot of checking. Connected with the big blind heavily. Also nice for his bluffs. Turn size doesn't have any sense. Pocket tens. Calling pocket tens, big blind versus small blind. I'm gonna actually go with the 3-bet. Oh wow, not like that. The guy opens only 14%, but King 10 suited looks too good. Too good to pass. Dr. Jonas is fish. Let's see, Dr. Jonas, how the hand went. You get the runner. Yeah, This guy's betting deuce 3-6, usually check range. He's now overbetting and now putting in the river and calling a shove without. The fish played better than him, so he deserved. Trev Baker also looks like a fish. I'm still thinking about the ace king there, guys. It will not pass today. I'll go to sleep and think about why he tanked, and he just left the table, leave us in desperation. The only one he crashed at the table is us. Like he got from us more than 300 blinds, so he gave up to others. But actually, when I start to figure him out, he left. This is like when you date a girl and you are like beginning is bad, you're you made a fool out of yourself couple of times, couple of jokes that weren't funny, were funny too, but not for her. And at the time you think, okay, we're just trying to get along. We are now doing great. She just says, "It's not you, it's me." That's her. That's literally the story of today. What we can do, nothing. We take an L and move. Big man versus cut of 12% should be polarized. Big man versus button, we see ace 5 suited, which is always there. Should be polarized, but maybe it's not actually. We don't know. Queen 9 fault. We have clear call, but we don't know his range. That's the problem. Is he gonna have hands like a king 8, king 7, king 6 type of hands? Or he was gonna be he's gonna be more like linear, like a suited broadways, like a ace queen off, like a king queen. Uh, we lost the hand on the river, I say. Okay, we were behind. We were behind. King 10. You see, like, it's probably linear range. We're gonna go with the donkey in the turn. We can turn our 4 into bluff on river. 5-6, we're gonna call. And this guy will label him as a fish also. Ace ace deuce. We get out of there. One of the worst sessions today. I mean, I played a lot of sessions, but I feel today is the worst one. But you just can't be crushing every time. There are sessions like this when things don't going our way. I mean, I have to show also these sessions. It's not every time you're crashing, doing everything good. Sometimes it's you rep whole world and they call you with nothing. What happened there with King 5, King 8? What's happening? Okay, I see. I see. Okay, okay. Queen 7. Just want to see something. that was his first raise of the donk. Let's see. So this is how he reacts to donk on the flop, how he reacts to donk on the turn. He usually calls it, but we don't have which hands he did. But this was his first raise. Yeah, but also turning like 4 into bluff is not bad idea. It's not like that we only want to like donk with Jack 10. On the flop we will also call pocket fours. And will not always check raise ace king 4. You know, where the board where we're so heavily disadvantaged. We're just gonna slow play with fours and donking on the turn. So turning like maybe fours into bluff. With this guy I don't have any image, so he will call me for sure with there's no way I can like fold him out of the king. But generally, like if it's possible, if you have the right image, because if our value range mostly is pocket fours, let's say, and like king X, the like good bluff would be a 4x there. Because when he raises, he's gonna have okay, he's gonna have ace king, that is the nuts, but pocket fours are basically our nuts. It's the best we could ever have. So what would I do if I have a pocket fours that called and I don't, and he raised? Occasionally we would go with the 3-bet. So occasionally we can maybe put this 4x also as a bluff there. But against him we have a history. And I don't have such a good image. King 5. I don't mind the check raise here. We are putting a fight. We're gonna put a fight. We're gonna have like pocket fours here, pocket threes, pocket fives, king X, like king 10, king jack. We will occasionally check raise king 8 type of hand, but turning queen jack's not bad. Ace jack on kings. You see how poker can be easy, how you don't need to think, do I need to 3-bet the turn as a bluff with the bottom pair on the turn that hits my range really good and I donked on. So this guy doesn't need to think about that. He have kings and get donk shoved on the jack 10 4. Easy game. We're gonna go 1 BB. Just gonna check and lose. Ace 5. Pocket 7s, we're gonna 3-bet. Actually, against this guy, I would fold. It's not always a 3-bet. Half. This time we'll fold against this guy. He post flop he doesn't fold. He's also calling wider. So against him we will this time. Just check with 5-6. Basically wrapping pocket threes or hand like a ace X that check behind on the turn that he has. Pocket eights he had till now. 8, 10. Let's see after check check turn generally did he ever bluffed? He didn't ever bluff this line. So I'm thinking now here if he's gonna like turn this like bottom pair like a lowest pocket pair that we beat like a pocket fours into bluff, pocket fours with a club or completely like bullshit hand like 9-10 suited. Is he gonna like turn that into bluff? That's the question there. I don't think with pocket fours. I don't think he will do it with fours. This time we will trip it. Pocket sevens. Let's see what happens here with the 9-10. We would be tribeting 9-10 suited. 9-10 of hearts, that's a beautiful hand. Yeah, the board not bad. If we did tribet get called, we're gonna bet. This guy just pots king 6-9. No joke, no betting range, no, just pot. King 6-9 pot in position. You see, when you're playing green guys, and this guy actually plays multiple tables. When he has on one 500 blinds, 100 blinds. What is going on? Zoom is crazy. I don't think in last 2 hours we did get like anything, any hands. 4 or 5. What happened with the ace king and the king deuce? Smaller pot. King deuce 3-bet called, call 4-bet, donk shove flop. Yep, okay. We're gonna go 10. We're gonna fold. Cutoff versus small blind. Ah, this guy's white. This guy's white. I think this guy will actually call all of the pocket pairs. He's having 14% of calling range. And here we actually have a lot of checking, but our hand is a bet. And the ace 5-7, we're betting around 40% on it. Small one versus cutoff. So we're gonna do a lot of checking with, even like mixing ace king as a check in this spot actually. So there's no close to bet range there. We can even increase size because of it. I still like to use the small size, but definitely we are not betting range. And on the turn, Generally turn. I'm gonna check jam there. First, I think there's a chance the guy folds hand like ace 10 and ace jack. And he snap us with the ace queen. There's nothing we can rep, guys. Yeah, but I think it's nice check jam still. Our value range is like ace queen, ace king plus, so fold there. Actually, we're betting here. Blocking even ace 10 and a king 10. I'm gonna go with the bet here, guys. With the ace king. Checking the river. I'm calling a shove, unfortunately. Play like this. Queen 9 against this size we're gonna call. Checking 6, 7, 9 to tone. And we're gonna go like this, guys. We're gonna check raise. He did still has call now with the ace queen. He should be calling even queens in these positions. We got the hand sometimes, guys. We have we will have it sometimes. We will have it sometimes. 5 hours, guys. 5 hours. And my kid is just awake. So I need to actually close the session. Uh, so guys, I have to close it. My kid is crying. I I'll show you just the finish of the session. So this is how we went. Just a quickly showdown. Just actually let's play this hand. And I will show you the results. Oh, wow, this is super weird. Wow, we have a decent bluff catcher actually. We actually have a decent bluff catcher. He only bluff in small pots, so this is the or bet. Still can have 7-8. The dong the flop. But actually fold. So this is the session, guys. We were actually above EV, which didn't happen very often. These are our sessions that I'm talking about last around last few, basically last 2 weeks or so. Started around here, like 1.6 below EV, 700, 800, 1K. Here we were 1.7K. So at the end, are actually almost 30 buy-ins below EV, and yep, we still didn't lose. We are still, even it was really bad run, and I run like ace king suited through aces more than 10 times. It's still decent. We we did fight, and today we actually run a lot better than usual. So the things are today it's better, but still red line super high and blue line low. The same was like yesterday. So all of these sessions. So we are mm, making money with a range. That's the key thing. We are making money with a range. And when you play a range, you're gonna win no matter what. You're gonna always win no matter what the run is because you're making money with your range. If you're waiting for hands and playing your hand, you will only win when you run good. So that's the crucial difference. That's why we want to always play our range. Guys, I need to now go. It was 5 hours. I did my best. We're gonna play these queens and go. So the session was fun for me. We did get our face slapped, and they shot on us a lot of times. They catch us in bluffs, but you still, when we get the hands, we get paid like with kings against tens. So yeah, let's play these kings now. Still, the kids has I don't hear it that much now. Still need to check everything out. The wife is awake, but I need to also check it out. Let's go with the check raise here. Let's go with the check raise. We're gonna check nines, and we're gonna bet small here. And guys, just again to say, if you like the video, like it, so help me grow the channel so I can make more videos, so I can also do a lot more stuff. And if you have any ideas, let me know. And yeah, basically that's it. Let me know if you have any ideas, and if you enjoyed, say it in the comments. Hmm. Let's think now what we want to do. What is our value betting range here? We still want to bet with sets, bluffs. I'm gonna go like this. We're still making a room if he wants to make a play and fold us out, for example, of it. We still make a room for it, so I like the size. And usually when they're checking this river after uh, like check raising the turn, they're mainly check folding. So again, I like the play. We're gonna bet the turn here, and let's play still this ace king. Um, Ace king is the last hand, guys. Okay, and this hand will still play, and that's it. Thanks for your time. Hope you enjoyed it. and I'm gonna see you next time, guys. Bye.